to be an MI believer.
I don't think you need to be, honestly, because what impressed me the most is that despite having such a cataclysmic downturn, they did bounce back. It was just too late at that point. When they integrated Artzin playing the Yoru, that's when Aspas started to turn around. You can see his performance in Toronto the first couple weeks while they were still slumping. But the last 3 weeks of play, Aspas was back. He essentially put up 45 kills for 30 deaths, 3 series in a row, even in a very close loss to NRG, who are obviously a very high-quality team. So I do think that MIBR were able to bounce back from the slump. It was just too late to make a run in playoffs, but it was enough in regard to the Champions points to get here.
Yeah, I mean, I was really impressed. They didn't feature in playoffs, but we had reasons to feel confident. Cortezia was also performing at a really high level. As side anchors, he and Shenum look more than serviceable. They look very, very solid. But these guys have to either reintegrate Corrode into their map pool or go to Abyss and really workshop that map. With Icebox departing, like we mentioned, they need a wider map pool because they've been permaring Ascent a lot, haven't been wanting to go there. So these guys played a great Lotus as my standout map for them at the end of Stage 2 against NRG. It was close overtime, didn't quite get there. They've got a hybrid calling structure, right, where a lot of the mid-rounding is handled by Artazine, but Verno is very vocal about what he wants from his teammates at the start of these teams. He's really stepped up into a kind of a leadership role. Yeah, honestly, which is really impressive. We did not think he would fit on this team at all, and we were proven, yeah, very much wrong.
Can't imagine any team that would want to let him go. But for me is I want them to remember what happened in Toronto and have that fire, you know, because it wasn't what we wanted to see from this team or Aspas. I want them to be motivated to come here and prove that that was just a blip, that was an anomaly. You know, this is where we can really see what MIBR are made of, because they have to. Otherwise, I think you're right. I think we might have to start changing the convo about who is really the GOAT.
Yeah, they had the Heretics issue in Toronto where they had like an out-of-season tournament. They were also playing at the same time, and it was actually on a different patch. So that really messed with their prep for that event, but they should have looked good with Sunset coming back into the pool there, and they didn't.
I'm glad you mentioned the word prep, because Mika Fabs actually got to catch up with Verno a little bit to talk about this topic, bro. The clip.
Mika here, and I'm with Verno of MIBR. Welcome to your first Champions. I wanted to know, because by now we already know how much damage the CN teams can do, so what was the preparation like, knowing that you cannot underestimate the CN region?
I think the preparation is, I mean, the same as any other team. You want to just focus on yourself and just see how they play. Just focus on yourself as a team. But yeah, China has definitely proven that they play with a lot of like fire in their gameplay. So yeah, you definitely have to come prepared and come ready to shoot back.
Well, eager to see that fire from you guys as well. Good luck.
I mean, he's not wrong, but I would add, I think as of recent times, Billy's been bringing more than just firepower. They legitimately look like a great team that has great team play.
Yeah, they're making use of Wisey's ability to create that space early in the round. And like I mentioned, Aspas as a duelist is not someone who wants to trade himself out for the first kill of the round. He likes to be set up with like heavy utility and take games over. And he was able to do that in Americas. And I wonder if this team wants to veer away on some maps from the double duelist, or if they do go like any map where Aspas could play Jet. Icebox, for example, was really good for them. So that makes me wonder if Abyss is where they want to go. They want to play the Euro Jet double duelist and still be able to set Aspas up to have that impact. But, you know, I wonder if MIBR are going to want to fight for those timings as hard as BLG and their Chinese contemporaries will. They might look to play a bit more reactively, give some space, and try and, you know, punish on reclears.
Yeah, I feel like this game is going to be a serious test of MIBR's mental resolve, because that might have been the most deflated aspect of their game in Toronto and in those first couple weeks, and that is not going to be an issue for Billy. They're going to play relentlessly. They have no fear. I think that's really going to test MIBR, definitely test Verno as this co-IGL. He's been under a lot of scrutiny individually from the community in Americas because he hasn't been putting up the numbers that he did in kickoff Stage 1. A bounce back from him, continued good play from Aspas like we saw at the end of the stage. That could be enough to have a really competitive game here for MIBR.
I don't doubt you, Ido. I think it's going to be competitive no matter what happens. But for now, it's time for the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked if Pacific would remain undefeated. The results are in, and you guys said yes, of course, with 72% of the vote. I agree. I have to agree.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, because Pacific are the best. They're just the best region.
Yes,
They've proven themselves to be the best region.
And that is real and true, factual.
No
they are
debate.
the best region. But I wonder how much of that is people being down on Fnatic because of not, having success in the playoffs versus RRQ being a team they trust. I don't know.
I mean, the global power ranking is wilding today.
Yeah.
They are going for RRQ2 and they're going for Bilibili. So wait, so they're going with, so Mika is a Noah. And Saisho, Tombiz, and not you, Uber. You went MIBR RRQ in the end.
So you heard me come into this segment, and I was like not exactly giving the good news about this MIBR team, but I trust them. They've been in Germany practicing, well in advance of this tournament. They've sort of cleared their calendar of any extraneous tournaments, and I really think that Cortezia is going to show what he's capable of on the biggest stage of his career.
What did you go? Sorry, why? I didn't pay attention to your preds.
I didn't have enough clout to make it on the
Get on there,
Wait, so go on then. What's your pred?
But I'm going for Bilibili and Fnatic.
Why?
Why Bilibili?
Well, why Bilibili? Yeah. I just think that I don't think MIBR individually have the talent to take on where they're at right now as a holistic unit.
What do you mean right now? When you talk about talent, that's just an inherent thing, right?
Well, they have players that are less experienced.
I do not blame you because the champion stage has been incredibly competitive so far. It has already delivered some of the best games we've seen this year. It's time to see if MIBR, BLG, Fnatic, and RRQ can take us to the next level.
Now that I'm in Champions, it means everything to me. I remember the first time I have the chance to play in Champs. Last chance qualifier 2022.
Can they get it?
I lost 3-1. I felt devastated. I cried so much. Now, 2025, I succeeded. It was like a dream for me, And I think I cried again on stage. My mind is like, finally, I did it.
I look at myself 5 years ago, first starting Valorant, not knowing what I was getting myself into. And here I am 5 years later, 2 international trophies, a champions that I'm hungry for, I'm passionate for, and I know that we can do great things.
When we play against Fnatic in Toronto, it was really miserable.
Go on the crossroad, Alpha! Right out of the sky!
We come unprepared. It's our first time in international.
We see an RRQ that had no response.
We are a totally different team from what we showed in Toronto, and we are ready to show how good we are.
They might have some hunger. They might have a dream of revenge, a dream of redemption, but we're not going to give it to them.
Since I was young, I've been a very competitive person, and I don't really like losing. Whenever I do take a setback, I feel very discontented. It strives me and pushes me to become a better version of myself.
Esse amor pelo jogo, como é algo competitivo, ele me dá uma vontade de querer estar sempre sendo melhor, estar sempre melhorando, porque se eu estiver melhorando, eu vou conseguir ganhar. E ganhar é uma coisa que eu gosto muito. Eu faço isso pelo meu país, pelo meu time, pela minha família, pela minha esposa.
Although their placements in the Americas League was not very outstanding, MIBR still has a lot of potential.
Eu já joguei contra times chineses antes e todas as partidas que eu joguei contra eles foi bem interessante pelo fato deles ser um estilo de jogo muito diferente.
We are a team that is probably the youngest team in Champions. And I think a lot of our players look up to Aspas as an idol in the past as well. I think that having the opportunity to play against a player of a high caliber is honestly a good experience for us, and you know, I hope we can take him down.
O mundo chama de talento, eu chamo de destino. Tô bem animado para jogar contra vocês, vai ser uma partida muito divertida.
Let's go!
BD Gaming! MIBR!
We realize that come let me this.
It's VCTCN's #1 seed versus a team that very nearly did not even make it to chance. But only one player on stage has won chance before, of course. It is Aspas, but as you guys were saying, it doesn't seem as scary as it was previous years. And looking at the map, well, we sung about how Abyss could be great for MIBR, and they don't even get a chance to play it today.
I mean, this is devious from BLG. Picking Haven off the back, the map I think that puts MIBR's double duelist situation in the most awkward position. It does mean we might see Aspas on that Yoru if they go with the ISO setup here. But I also wonder why, at the back of my mind, have they pivoted off that look to something else?
Bin it.
Verno is a clue on this map for them.
Bin it.
I'm incredibly doubtful that they'll be running the same thing. Maybe they will, and they'll just roll swap, and Aspas will play ISO. Artson playing Yoru. We haven't seen MIBR on Haven since week 1. It was against Crew that they lost. That was during their slump. That feels like eons ago. I'm fully expecting a change.
And remember what I said coming into this. MIBR have to unlock either Abyss or Corrode to have a competitive map pool. They're going over to this map. The last time we saw this from them was against Crew in week 1.
And that was also week 1. Matter of fact, that is the only map that MIBR won during their slump.
Yeah,
the one map was Corrode against Crew, which they haven't played since week 1. It's crazy.
And they didn't pick it then either. It wasn't like they wanted to play it. They haven't picked it, and they picked it coming into this. But this is what you guys wanted to see, right? Maybe some changes, maybe some good prep. Maybe they don't have to rely on some of the old stuff.
They've certainly had a lot of time to prep. Billy have played Haven quite a bit, but it's been such a strong map for them. The last 2 outings, they beat DRG, they beat EDG. Both of those maps, YZ drops 23 playing Neon. They've been very consistent, very strong on that map.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the map pool, based on the data that we have, I'm feeling pretty good about BLG's chances here. And a question in the back of my head is this: have MIBR decided to trend away from the double duelist, put Artazine maybe in a more impactful position, really abuse maps like Corrode, for example, but even Haven, they're going to need good info. I don't know if just playing up aggressively with that double duelist look is going to be the direction you want to take against a team as dangerous as BLG. A player like YZ who wants that. He wants to see defenders push for info, push off the sites, and give him a challenge. Come out of hiding and throw down with him.
Honestly, I think it could work if they just roll swap. It makes no sense to me why they had Aspas not playing ISO from the beginning, but this
they binned it. They binned it.
I mean, this is the absolute trend in America.
Yeah, but
everyone is playing this Neon double controller.
Okay, I'm such a hater of the
they're not Gen G.
Yes, because you don't have Munchkin, you don't have Foxy, you don't have texture, but you do have.
You do have Aspas.
You do.
Good texture replacement.
But it's also something that has a stupid amount of tape on.
A 100%. Verno's locking in the Sova. That is definitely on paper his best agent, and I really want to see him bounce back individually from where he was at in that second stage of Americas. That was a low point for him. We know how talented of a rookie he is. If he's hitting, if Aspas is hitting, and if Cortezia is bringing that fiery energy that hyped the team up when they were bouncing back, that can be the recipe for them having a very strong showing on Haven. But even with all that, it's just such a strong map for BLG. So dangerous.
I want to see them actually do some of the things that Gen G do that makes it so successful, right? They're so good at going on B. They have such a good plan around the Viper ult as well. And if you're a Billy, you should at least anticipate that. Because again, so much tape on other teams playing this comp.
Again, I want to watch MIBR stretch Billy's resources on defense as thin as possible with that lurk wall over towards the A side of the map. I want to see, what Artazine as maybe like the solo loose end can achieve on this kind of map. He's been in so many roles on on his team. First tried out as a duelist, then we saw him on Cypher. Now, more the controller style. He is a true flex for this team. And, you know, that mid-round calling from him that has been pretty impactful in this sort of increase in performance for MIBR is going to be leaned on heavily.
Well, just in case you were missing the two people that's been on the death meet all the week, don't worry, they're casting today, so please show some love to Ender and Doug.
Thank you so much, Yunsu. Yeah, we have the privilege of watching MIBR make their debut on the championship stage. It's been so elusive for them. They've never gotten to this point, and while this year felt like an opportunity to rewrite history, Ender, the last couple of, really stage 2 has been anything but.
Yeah, stage 2, a disaster for the team that was 3rd place in kickoff in America's 3rd place back in stage 1. But after, you know, going winless in Toronto, they now come in with a big chip on their shoulder, something to prove. The last time they played Haven was Crew in week 1. The time they played it before that was Genji in Toronto. They went 13-1. It has to be different, and the time MIBR have spent since stage 2 needs to come up big for them to perform against China's #1.
The irony of them playing this comp too. MIBR will start on the attack, try to set the pace, try to impose their own plan upon BLG, but so far, anything but. Our team falls.
Yeah, that first spam going very nicely initially, but you also have to look at A lobby too, where Knight has already started to creep up into that space. BLG, now 3 players in Garage, ready to fight back into MIBR.
Neff with YZ by his side. First contact at Cape, spotted. Ponytails, two kills found. But MIBR punch back at just the right time. Things settle into a 2v2.
But you still got to worry about K-Knight on that flank. Has now taken the timing to creep on forward. Verno isolated on the B side. I mean, it's a mess on the map right now. All 4 players isolated between these 2 teams.
And the decision-making on this is huge for MIBR. If they do decide to commit A, this feels a lot better. They were so exposed if they ended B with Cortesia so weak.
Verno stepped into calling many more rounds for MIBR in the last few months. And now, in a critical pistol, he's brought his teammate with him into the A site. He's dodged out from that flank of K-Knights. And now a potential to plant this up for Heaven for Cortesia to play in that position too.
K-Knight has to be careful here. He is set apart from his teammate. Deciding to step into this by himself. How far does he go? Verno spotted. And the dart used, again, independent of his teammate. Choosing not to wait. What? Still snaps on a Cortesia. Yes, remember, 33 HP, leaving Verno in a 1v2. K-Knight weak. Time dwindling away. The shock just a bit off the mark as Verno repositions. Looks to take the fight into Levius' lap and does. A 1v1! And Verno delivers for MIBR. The Red Bull clutch.
A 4K already to kick it off for Verno. And I think if you were looking at some bright moments from that disappointment in Toronto, it would have been Verno consistently topping out the scoreboard. And here, after that re-clear from BLG goes so beautifully for them, he's the one picking up 2 kills. When his teammate falls and puts him into the 1-on-2, it's him stepping up big time.
MIBR able to strike the first chord of success, but there's still plenty left to be played. You can take a look at the purchase for BLG. They do have the Bucky in the hands of Rashia, but that's all it'll be so far.
Early space taken by Osboss into long. We'll push K-Knight away from here. And the one thing that MIBR would have seen in that last round is these walk-ups. BLG, a team that never sit back on the defensive side. You'll see YZ and K-Knight in particular always stepping forward. In this round, we already saw that little bit of a B step, but now they've guessed wrong as the stack heads towards C.
All right, they will find a vacant site. They'll get the spike down. Assuming all goes well, carry a couple weapons into the next, but as we've talked about, VLG, a force to be reckoned with. They are going to arrive a bit late to the party. I think the question is now, how much do they invest? Do they decide to just die to the spike, or are they playing for exits?
The magic number is 3 kills for BLG. You do that, you've taken out at least 1 gun from MIBR who've gone for that FPX buy. Right now, just running into Cortesia, who Ghost in hand won't be giving anything over to the other side, but he's been dealt with.
Yeah, got his too. Stun invested.
And it is just that exit look for BLG. Yeah. I think MIBR doing well to group up here, exit back out towards spawn. When you start considering things like ultimates as well, BLG know that because Verno picked up 4 kills in that pistol round, he's online to a very quick Hunter's Fury, so that also is informing a lot of the decision-making around just executing 4 players to the spike.
Sure. And so they fall. MIBR gets onto their second. They carry the 3 rifles that were brought into this round. And they're able to approach this bonus from a pretty powerful position, all things considered.
I don't think this is going to be a bonus. Ospas buys a gun for Artsin on the other side, so they're going to have 4 rifles and the Guardian. That'll set them up so nicely. This, a chance to completely break BLG's economy. Already in here in round 3.
You see some of the pings on the minimap already lighting up the left side of B.
This spam line could hurt MIBR.
Safe passage found across, and now all eyes set forward. With Ospas, the tip of the spear. Champions kill leader. Still not on the board.
And he pulls out all that utility front B as well. The Paranoia now pulls Rusha into garage, where the fault line comes down. He can't quite connect the shot.
Timing just off. So an exchange of utility results in no lethality.
So my eyes turn over towards the A side of the map, where now all of a sudden we've got the Peter and Artsin stepping into the long space. BLG 2 in sewers.
And remember, Neff used his stun for the garage hit, so that will not be in play. But they're rotating over to this. You see BLG has already pulled more members A.
It's a very good read, and this drone only sees the Viper. That's critical, but BLG still hold their ground. Some noise made from Artsin running away from A long, but BLG, no, that's fake.
Quietly creeping forward, playing on such a dangerous line. The swing out from Ospas falls at the hands of YZ, but Artsin counters. 2 kills found, but the Spike is in such an awkward spot. Artsin has to get out.
He's trying to run back. Cortesia just broke a tripwire in garage. He stole his ground, but at the same time, Levius is back out in mid, and now this mad dash out of Artsin trying to dodge away from the fault line, dodge away from a Cypher net. Now here's his approach. It's gonna be death from him.
13 seconds left. Surely it secures the round unless Cortesia can frag through it all. 3 targets to find. Not a ton of time to do it. BLG get on the board.
What could have been a disaster for BLG. MIBR buying up into that round. They see through calmly. Some good utility in mid-round calling to stack over towards the A site. That's now 3 rounds in a row. MIBR have shifted back towards A once the clock has started winding away. K-Knight and YZ holding their ground here, doing nicely with it.
1 enemy remaining.
That tripwire, almost the bane of Levius' existence.
Yeah.
The turret.
Yeah. And so into the next we go. Good purchase on both sides, an early stun, and a dump utility towards A main.
Yeah, BLG know that versus these Viper comps, you need to bully them out of the A main space early on in halves. Otherwise, it just allows lurkers to take that space so freely. So you expect to see the fault line the next couple of rounds. You expect to see players posted up in front of it. That does leave their C side very vulnerable.
Really just a cam and a trip, a cage as well.
Yeah, it's a full retake setup for BLG, and it's not like they have ultimates to get back into the side either. They just trust in their utility, in their marksmanship to get back in.
Neff, no stun, but silence across the map.
A couple of rounds now, BLG have had 3 players stuck on B. Look for exactly this, but this time Cortesia shows up massively.
K-Knight was there to respond in kind. And things quietly settle into a 4v4. They're going to rotate back into all of the space that BLG took away, eh?
This is wild. I mean, we're less than 40 seconds left onto the clock. MIBR have player C, have players Garage, have player A. It's lurks on lurks, and now with Artsin falling, they have to go C.
Left.
They will have 3 there. K-Knight somewhat on an island. I mean, Levius is within striking distance, but the smoke goes down. Ospas strikes, and now the dash through. The site should be secured. Now we'll see what they do in the post plant.
Russia still has the Paranoia. Still a stun for YZ to play off as well. Ospas's position will be critical here if he can dodge away from that key utility, because he's playing so close to that smoke back towards C-Link.
They're not playing long. They're hunkering down into the site. The first Paranoia out from Shenum. Traded now. Both flashes used. Ospas waiting on the other side of the smoke. The dash is just too much. Reposition, stays alive. Looks to take the fight the second time around. Inferno saves the day. A 1v1 now. Levy is weak, but Ospas worse. 3 HP. A stiff freeze will knock him over. And Levius delivers.
5-1 now for the Sentinel. Levius started off the pistol round with a nice kill. Has continued that in the last couple of rounds. Has been so solid, playing into that C retake, but when he gets back out onto the site, shows up in a big way. And this is starting to be a little bit indicative of how these teams want to play. You know, BLG looping up often to fight around the breach and the neon. MIBR going to look to spread out across the map, play these much slower rounds. BLG's planning in these rifle rounds has netted them 2 wins.
And it's forced MIBR here off of the back of that last one into this light buy with a Guardian, a Vandal, and a Stinger. And the Vandal is in the hands of Aspas, stepping into this tournament for what feels like the first time in his career as an underdog, really.
Yeah.
And currently, what, 1-3? Quiet start.
Quiet start for him. People will be used to also seeing his Jet on the international stage, but he's been playing a whole lot more than Neon in Americas this year, incorporating that into the pool. But this MIBR team was always a team that was underdogs. You know, 11th place, back-to-back stages in 2024, but the signing of Aspas and these incredibly talented rookies at the start of the year, and Cortesia and Genom, propelled MIBR to the best finish they had ever had in 3rd place. That has not translated to global success.
No, painfully lackluster performance in Toronto. But now the opportunity to right their wrongs. Aspas was able to get the first pick, and now attention towards A.
Yeah, decent start to this eco round. That paranoia is nice.
They've invested the Hunter's Fury.
Beautiful.
Oh, popped on the other side. And YZ has no target. Now they're going to swing out into him, and he immediately falls.
That's just a masterclass ultimate there out of Verno. 2 kills with the Hunter's Fury, comboing off of Shenum's Paranoia. BLG have no idea what just hit them.
Sure, we'll take a look at it one more time. Verno has been stellar in this opening map. 7-2 so far.
There's that Paranoia and a stun. You can see Rushi has no idea really where to go. Just teleport straight into the Hunter's Fury. It's a perfect read out of Verno on that. And even the teleport up into heaven too. Gorgeous.
Great start for MIBR on BLG's map pick. And again, we're going to see a lot of this attention towards A main at the beginning of the rounds.
Now, last round, MIBR realized that it was a light A hold. A lot of times you're going to see K-Knight playing on an island over towards the A site, and it's those rounds in particular that I think MIBR can try to punish this right side of the map a little bit more. Different story here in round 6 is it's back to a little bit of a B trap here on the eco for BLG.
Trip could be a problem.
Especially when there's a fault line right behind it as well.
Yeah, and a Paranoia.
And YZ Sheriff. BLG have the tools. But this patience from MIBR is nice. You know, they've seen this B hold a couple of times, and they've teased that space a bit, called back towards Garage a number of moments.
Levius is getting curious. Not going to get an early line, all rotating towards C. And remember, BLG have taken this defensive approach in previous rounds where they just play entirely off the site. And the last time we saw this, it was a retake attempt that ended in Aspas falling at the hands of Levius.
It was an even number, but now a Hunter's Fury to follow.
Shenum's dead. And that's a spike. Artsy might fall, just barely dodging it. But now a second attempt. And they're digging their heels in. The spike goes down. How do BLG approach this? Remember, they have a Bucky and a Stinger and then a couple of Sheriffs, and there it is, the shorty from Artsy. Defusing the retake attempt before it really got out of the blocks. Still a decent spot for Rashida here, but they turn onto him. Very nicely handled from MIBR.
Yeah, the difference in this post plan for MIBR, on top of the fact they just had the better guns, it's that forward position that Artsin is able to find that first kill and sort of stunt that retake coming in. A couple of times now, BLG have gone heavy out from C-Link. And if those C-Link players don't really get to go anywhere, then your solo Garage guy has nothing really he can do.
Right, it's just kind of stuck for sure.
Doesn't even matter that they have that first kill coming out from the Hunter's Fury. I still have no idea how Artsin dodged away from that final shot. I thought for sure he was a goner.
And again, the value that he provided after staying alive and getting the kill onto YZ as he's trying to dash into the smoke was, it was perfect.
Nice! Let's go! I'll tell you what, though, that level of energy has been something that was sorely lacking from MIBR back in Stage 2. It was like watching a funeral procession, how quiet was it sometimes, but already I think you can feel them getting a little bit of that hype. Getting some early rounds on the board for sure is going to be something that'll shake off a lot of the dust Remember, this team did not have the opportunity to attend playoffs in Americas. They came over here to Europe early on. They started boot camping, getting that experience and adjusting to the climate over here. And so far, it's looking solid.
I mean, yeah, just a complete shell of the team that we saw early on, the team that we saw, you know, really at the beginning of the year. And something, at least, I mean, it's only been 6 rounds, but something seems to be working for them. I think you're absolutely right as far as the energy goes. I like some of the way they've approached these rounds. Verno is fragging. Again, 7-2 so far. It's been a great start.
It's all green, but now is where the class can start to show in. BLG is #1 seed, take a timeout. They adjust, and the adjustment is going to be fighting frantically over the A side of the map.
Oh, I love this.
Hello.
The team smoke into spawn. Shannon cancels it out, and Artsine gets the best of Rashia and A.
And at the same time, a speed up from Osboss onto front B. Nobody's home, either here or onto the C site. MIBR just running it over.
Yeah, misdirection all over the map.
But look at this, K-Knight stepped forward out of lobby. Again, he goes for these walks all the time, and Artsin's holding for him.
But he's weak. K-Knight, a bullet between his eyes. Cortesia succeeds where his teammate could not. And now we settle into a post plant where MIBR once again find themselves in an advantage. YZ has an op. He's going to have to find a way to make that thing sing.
One way onto the spike is an annoyance BLG have to deal with. They know the site is going to be clear, but still utility left away on that spike.
Here, Shenum does not have another smoke, so as that dissipates, there is no other one-way situation, but the timing seems to be perfect. There's no way in for them to pull this thing off.
Not with the operator in YZ's hands. You can't retake the B site. That seemed like coming out of the timeout, right? BLG have this idea to fight so heavily for the A space. It seemed like with how quickly MIBR reacted to instantly punish onto B and hold against the lurks. You can't be dying to the spike there.
No, that's tragic.
But it seemed like MIBR had that contingency plan in the back of their mind set up during the timeout. If there's this heavy fight over A lobby, accelerate quick into B, go there for the first time this game, and also keep holding for the flank.
I wondered, how much of that was a response to the aggression, and how much of that was just a call out of their playbook on the other side of the timeout. The TP into spawn looked instant, and Levius was so focused on what was happening in spawn that he really was not in a position to play B. He was kind of left out of everything from the very get-go. So either way, well handled, well responded. BLG, excuse me, on this lighter buy.
Yeah, BLG fake a little bit of that fight towards A lobby, but like you saw in the last round, Levius is left alone oftentimes. This time it's on the A side of the map. That is a consistent pattern for BLG. His side of the map will be a little bit more cautious, so he's brought YZ over into him. This is where we'll see how MIBR deal with this. I think some audio of a drone going out of garage has been able to be heard by these players.
And now the lockdown. They just kind of wait this one out.
Yeah, that's one way to win an anti-eco.
Yeah.
Still YZ playing Heaven, and now he's smoked off. No chance.
He will get back into the line pretty quickly, but yeah, you're right. That Omen smoke will provide problems.
3 members heading onto the flank now.
And now the pit, they're putting a lot
Verno
into this. Looking to secure. Verno gets 2, make that
3. 1 HP. He takes them all.
The round is done. There's no way in. YZ has to save the op.
Yep, it's another save. Levius will go into his death intentionally this time. Just a tough situation to be on. And BLG, I think now's the time where they need to make some adjustments. They have tested the flanks so often, both here and domestically. And MIBR come into this, while it is going to be BLG's map pick. MIBR know that the preferred maps of BLG are going to be Haven and Vine. They'll have done plenty of homework on this. They'll know exactly what's up, and now they don't even have to worry about that operator.
11-2 for Verno, 1 off of having his Hunter's Fury on mine once more.
Kid's a monster. And this is what it felt like when MIBR picked him up back in stage 1. Remember, they weren't playing with this kid in kickoff.
Right.
Verno was wearing a different jersey with NRG. And it seemed like that signing from MIBR just made everything click. All of a sudden, they're winning everything. Again, a top 3 finish. While individually, he looked decent enough in Toronto. This is kind of the promise we had with Verno in the offseason.
Aspas has an op, Artsine has a Marshal. Or an Outlaw, excuse me.
little bit wild. But honestly, when I was watching BLG play, I think that on the attack side, an attack op really works against them. If you hold extremities, you hold that contain against the walk-up of, well, what is YZ doing right now? K9's also gone for that. You'll see BLG walk down C long. You'll see them walk out of garage. Those scope guns can be so good at shutting down BLG's playstyle.
And 4 of them are on light armor. You see the Outlaw was put down in exchange for a rifle. Whew. That was close. Resetting off of that, clearing the trip, but A is BLG.
YZ steps on behind that drone, and this is what makes BLG tick. YZ takes more duels than anyone else in China.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's a search and destroy mission so often for him. When he finds the openers, BLG's rounds just play themselves.
The kill leader from his respective region for that reason. That trip still hasn't been cleared. Now finally cleared. The TP, the dash through, the wall goes up, the spike goes down. MIBR come to life. Asus waiting on the other side of the smoke, beckoning, demanding a challenge that does not come.
Gets the dink though. Onto K-Knight, and still in the post plant, a Hunter's Fury for Verno. Nano's now being thrown down.
Cortesia, a big fight here, has to be able to pull this off. If Flavius can relieve some of this pressure, it's a problem, but no, MIBR stand tall. 3v3 now, Rolling Thunder invested in exchange for the Hunter's Fury from a distance. As a second pulse goes off, another mark found, and another round for MIBR.
Just insane there, getting up in front of the Hunter's Fury. In front of the Rolling Thunder, too. I want you to watch in this post plant. First of all, Asus gets a dink, then gets this shot with the operator. But then Shenum, on the Omen, steps in front of the Rolling Thunder. Gets that kill first. That means so much. Leads to a Hunter's Fury kill. Leads to the round for MIBR and BLG's second time out of the half.
Yeah, because imagine, if let's say everyone else dies on site, Verno's still playing pretty far off. He's been using the Hunter's Fury. He can't quickly get into spamming smoke. You're doing this, that, or the other for the defuse. The play's gone.
Oh yeah, you have to have teammates still alive. Verno can't win that round on his own with the way he played it. But again, that seemed like MIBR have a very clear plan. If BLG are fighting forward in A lobby, and I don't mean just hanging out, you know, that deep long line or fighting with an operator bottom tiers. I mean they're up in lobby threatening your flank.
Right.
As soon as that happens, what has MIBR done every round? It is a quick acceleration into the B site. They know that site has been weak, and they have punished it consistently. They've been getting into these post plants where they have good utility. Even though they're not playing any players on site, BLG can't get out there. It's not a matter of time and oh, they don't have time to defuse. No, MIBR are just slaughtering them.
I was talking to Fraud prior to the series starting, asking him how he felt about the pick bans and how it kind of went down, and he had a smirk on his face and said, we got both maps we wanted, they picked our first choice. And I was hesitant to believe it, to be honest, and forgive me for being a doubter, but given history, I don't know, but yeah, he was right.
And it just makes sense, right? MIBR have the extra time to prep. They know BLG's tendencies, and they're debuting a new comp. MIBR with the double smokes, now another fight into long, but this one, even between the two squads.
And Odin rattles off right off the bat. No damage found, but a couple kills traded. YZ for Shenum, I take that any day of the week.
We'll see what Levius can do in the corner here. Stinger in hand, not tagged up.
He's been here a couple of
times.
Hold on,
what is going on?
Body block, net falls. But traded back again, the Stingers proving to be a problem.
BLG
gets another.
They made a good adjustment out of the timeout. Very quick to respond and start threatening on this B site and into garage. So you can see that scattered MIBR a bit. Their spike is still outside garage. It's time to maybe regroup, play together. This was a bit of a half buy from BLG, but
they're ahead of it again. BLG are already rotating into A before MIBR arrive.
And they have the information too, know exactly where these final two players are. A gun for K-Knight.
Just over 40 seconds left in the round. You do have time to play this out. You're not forced to commit A. Oh, pop, wall through. Last pass left to fight. We'll find his one. K-Knight down 3 on the round.
30 seconds
for the duelist, and one more waiting on the other side. Dashes back, throws it in reverse, and gets another for MIBR.
Just dancing on him. Asus had no clue where that last guy was. But it doesn't matter. The Stinger cannot hold up against Asus with the Neon ult.
That kill from YZ at a distance is kind of insane.
It's wild, but it doesn't amount to much of anything. This is now where we need to see the learnings taken from BLG in the timeout. They need rounds. They can't, you know, limp out of this half with 2 rounds. You've got to have something more than that.
For the first time in what feels like forever, MIBR set their eyes on C.
Right off the rip, too.
Rashia, the paranoia is going to be really good. It's going to buy a lot of time. Rotation's coming through. The ult has been popped. Levy is the first to fall, but Rashia dancing around looking for another target. Cannot find it. But Knight from a distance does. 3v3 now. K-Knight still so healthy.
And this lurk from Artson. No utility to hold him down. He's a little bit too late. BLG are into the site.
Bus takes a step back. And again, it's a slaughter. BLG cannot find their way in. And again, that was off the opening from K-Knight with the ult.
And it looked to me like Artson was going to be late, but that was Wisey going into the site on his own because the 2 people behind him are his initiators. They're chucking out utility. They're stuck back in C-Link.
Right.
So Artson has a free couple of kills. You can see that dart ping. Helped out so massively. And it's a drone, and Steph's turning around to deal with them. And MIBR just running the map.
Yeah, we've sung his praises a couple times with that dart that you mentioned, setting up the kills. Oh, it's going to be Clash B, isn't it? Swinging into 3, and all 3 found. It's a slaughter. It's a disaster for BLG.
Osmos isn't done yet.
Pushing the case, looking for another, will find it.
This tournament doesn't make any sense, Doug. Think of the number 4 seeds upsetting number 1s. Even just yesterday, G2 went down to Heretics. And it's MIBR leading the first half. 10-2.
A flawless round to close it out as well for MIBR.
This team didn't make playoffs in Americas. And they're already lighting up the global stage.
No love between these two either. I mean, you see them stand up out of their seats, giving it back just in kind. A slaughter of a first half. BLG on their back foot. We're going to throw it to a quick break. We'll be right back.
भाई चैट क्या ही मारा है भाई MIBR ने क्या ही मारा है बढ़िया हाफ था ये काफी अब देखते हैं वो कैसे अप्लाई करते हैं
He will require it. Take a look at how they want to approach this attack side, and they're just so far back. You have to play perfectly, really. I mean, if you want to get a shot just to get back into this thing. Yeah.
Absolutely insane how things started off. The flawless rounds. I heard 3 of them right there. MIBR were so clean. But BLG going to start things off geared up towards the C side, which is light right now. Just a nano swarm to hold things down. And the poison cloud, of course, from Ardzin.
All right, I do think a lot of our attention will be, we mentioned YZ, and for good reason, but Neff in particular does such a good job of setting him up and unlocking him. So it's as much on his shoulders as it is on YZ's, in my opinion.
It's going to come down to breaking MIBR's hold over towards the A site. Ospas on this forward line, not over-peeking into lobby. Take a shot and fall away here.
Cautious here. Shenum is close by, has a paranoia. But they're going to go long. Not even really giving that angle.
Does Levius walk into the double stack of MIBR garage? I mean, he's calling his team back into him.
I think he expected rotations to hit a lot faster, but now that the turret's cleared, there are still 2 players here.
And Ardzin ratting it out in his cloud.
Cortezia feeling a lot of the pressure. Ardzin, his cloud goes down. He gets 1, make that 2. The frenzy tries to find a 3rd. Tucking behind the box, but Cortezia delivers. Now the paranoia out. BLG trying to will their way into a pistol, and they cannot. 11 for MIBR.
BLG think themselves out of the round. MIBR didn't flinch with that double garage trap setup. They had started in those positions at the very beginning. Ardzin and Cortezia never left each other until they decided to fall back into C. And that quick thinking, that reposition out of Ardzin was so nice. The only thing that stopped him from killing everyone, the magazine size on his frenzy.
30 seconds left. Enemy remaining.
This is now 9 rounds in a row for MIBR.
And now BLG have to force up into it.
Yeah.
Not even with the generosity of a spike plant.
5 Stingers, light armor on 4. K-Knight, the one exception.
So double body shot from Ospas here, good enough. Take out Russia.
Darts have been exchanged. A little bit of info gathered. But Ospas lies in wait.
Yeah, no space on the map for BLG. Makes it really hard. They're going to cautiously maybe test back into mid. But in their eyes, MIBR could be anywhere.
This wall from MIBR just takes away so many options, too. I mean, you take a look across the minimap. Utility C, garage, the wall B and A.
BLG might have done the right thing, though, by making that noise B, by not showing anyone A long. They've now pulled the rotate away from Verno, so only 2 players to hold them right now. They've also let Levius go on a bit of a walk.
Yeah, but Shenum's holding it on the other side. I mean, maybe with different weapons, you got a shot at this. Ardzin feeling some of the pressure, takes a step back with the judge. And they try to brute force their way onto A, and so far, so good. They're succeeding.
30 seconds left.
They've gotten the sight, they just don't have numbers, and they really don't have the guns.
Chip damage well onto K-Knight. Look at Russia. He needs to keep going forward. He needs to find something for his team.
Upgrades into a Guardian. Entrenched in the smoke. Waiting for the challenge. And as it goes down, the kill goes up. Cortezia finds it. K-Knight dropping Verno down from heaven. Into 1v2, swings it, delivers a dink. Still more damage to be dealt with. And Cortezia avoids disaster as MIBR get the round.
That was the force up as well for BLG. That was the last chance for them. Just an absolute pin things up here. Good hold out from Shenum. Bit awkward here with that flash connecting onto a teammate. As YZ had to try and turn back around into the judge. He ends up eating up the breach blind.
Let's go!
So BLG go back to the well. Again, it's not pretty.
No, it's a shallow well, man.
And now there's an outlaw in the hands of Ospas. Only half armors except for K-Knight.
What can they do here?
There's even an alarm holding this heaven jump.
And they hadn't seen that one. They hadn't gotten that far up, and they've also only played, what, 2 defensive rounds?
Look how quickly MIBR have started shifting over. Completely prepared.
They smell blood in the water. A bullet between YZ's eyes as Shenum gets 2. K-Knight tries to open up the sight, but can, and the spike is well out of reach here.
Khatam bhai, khatam. Khatam bhai.
He didn't even pick up the spike.
No, it isn't. I don't know that he feels safe enough to at this point. And so Aspas can just hold it.
I think he just missed it. He was right on top of it and didn't connect. And now it's being hard held by 2 players.
You might be right. Tragedy. Varus spots it. K-Knight's head snaps back. As has been BLG's. MIBR. To close out map 1. BLG's map pick.
The last time we saw MIBR play this map on the international stage, they lost 13-1. They have now taken down China's best team 13-2 to open up the tournament.
And now they turn their attention over to Corrode, which was the arena they wanted. That's where they wanted to play. That's where they wanted to fight. It looks rough for BLG. We'll see what they can do on the second map. We'll be right back.
Yep, guys, we don't need to overcomplicate anything this game, all right? Simple. Just go all in.
I want to see everybody hyped up and yelling as much as possible, boys. Let's go.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose.
चलो गाइस मैं आया अभी इनको टाइम लगेगा ना ये एक तरफा कर देंगे लग रहा है गेम
Mika here, and I'm with Fraud of MIBR. Congratulations on that first map. Congratulations on Haven. Just wanted to know quickly about the team dynamics, because when last we heard Verno was IGLing, I believe he still is, but because the team seems to be in top form, we just want to know, is he passing that around and with the communications within the team?
No, Verno's fully in control. After the second game of our split, we made the decision to swap him as the IGL because he was really wanting to do it. So we're just all in with him, full faith. We've been working with him every day to try and improve his calling, his understanding of the game, which is already at a high level. So yeah, we're not, we made the decision and we don't look back. Even though we've made a couple other decisions, we stand by those decisions and go forward, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Well, he's in top form as well, so a good call on that, and good luck on the next map.
Well, it's not just the calling that's been amazing for Verno, the shooting, the everything, Uber and Wyatt. I can confirm now with you guys, Verno has broken the global KD record previously set by tens. With a 7 KDA, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Light work for the boy.
Insane. In stage 2, Verno was the 3rd lowest rated player in the league. A lot of people were attributing it to him picking up this IGL role that Fraud was just talking about, and maybe it just took more time to fully adjust and be able to figure out how to play his own game within it. That was the best game he has played, probably all year, definitely since Toronto. That was mental.
I love how it happened too. He just started calling one day, apropos of nothing. He's like, all right, guys, I want this, I want this, I want this. And one of the most impressive things from MIBR we just saw was their macro. The early round shot calls that we're getting from Verno, that's so good. And it looks like they really understand how to play this comp that they've obviously just moved off of recently.
And I love the way that the team are clearly following the instructions, and the synergy is there, because if we take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment, this was Verno getting killed with his ult, but this would not have happened without the util that the team managed to land and the timing.
Yeah, this was absolutely beautiful. And just in general, having very good Hunter's Furies is something that Verno was known for when he was coming up. They gave him beautiful setup here.
I mean, Russia kind of accidentally into-nerfed there by TPing into his spot.
That happens actually more than you would think a lot of the time when Omen players get pinged off by this. Yeah, really set things up for MIBR. But man, so intricate. It's not just moments like this as well, it's like their post plants on the B side have looked so good. These guys are working the map really well. I didn't expect to be the macro. We spent so much time talking about Asus, right? Highlighting these individuals. I didn't really think the macro would be the thing that we're sort of chirping about here as what has got them in this position. But man,
Sue, how do they match up on the Gen G scale for you? With that?
Okay, I need to see it one more time. There was a round that I was screaming in the room. I was like, this is the Gen G round!
Yeah, I know.
They did a carbon copy, which is nice.
I feel like for how much we've seen this comp in Americas, that was definitely the best display of it that I've seen from an Americas team so far, for sure.
Well, hopefully the next map is going to be the same for them, because this is where we had questions about both teams. For Bilibili, they banned this so many times in stage 2. They showed it in the finals. Yeah. But like you guys are saying, both teams don't really play Corrode. This is kind of, a wild card.
I like the pick, honestly, though, from MIBR. They've had so much time to work on their pool. That should have been the #1 thing on their agenda. And it's a map that they could reflect on of, hey, we did actually have success on this while we were at our worst that we've been at all year. It was the only map when they had during that time period. And they were running a double duelist with the Raze Yoru that actually was paying off. Aspas was able to op a lot and play off of Artson, making space, being that entry.
Give me more Aspas attack side off. I think the Viper Wall was actually pulling a lot of these Bilibili players off sites. YZ especially, he's like, oh, what's going on here? Anyway, trying to get that info, and it's getting punished a lot, these contact plays. And I mentioned at the start of the last game, you are not going to see MIBR compete for the same tempo and timing windows as someone like YZ. They're going to give him that space, they're going to give him just enough rope, and then punish him. And that's what we saw a ton in the first map. It's something you can absolutely do here. I want double controller, single duelist out of MIBR. I think I'd like to see him go back in that direction.
Yeah, I am curious to see if they're just going to trend to the meta, because also, bear in mind, when they were running that comp, that was week 1. That was right when Corrode got into the pool, so there was no set
There was no meta.
look at all. Yeah, there was no meta. It was chaos.
I like the way that they pulled out the Odin too, which is something that I think we're definitely going to see as we head to Kuro. But for Billy, though, we barely got to see YZ because they didn't start an attack. So he was in his own spawn. Normally he's in the defender's spawn a lot within like the first 2 seconds of the round. So hopefully we get to see more out of Billy because if they don't win here, it means CN are going to finish the first 4 days without a single map win. I don't remember the last time we've seen that, considering they are the defending champions of champs.
Which is mental, and the greatest disparity we've seen in a scoreline for one of their teams is their #1 seed against the lowest seed from Americas. That makes 0 sense on paper.
But yeah, this MIBR making extremely good use of their time coming in. This is why we just couldn't, with confidence, really predict what we'd see from them. I hear you see the waylay.
Oh, we got a little spoiler. They were queuing up the NRG comp.
I like the waylay. Do you think he's going to be a waylay? Or is it just a regular waylay?
I do. MIBR, they had Osbos playing waylay on the top of the year. Yeah, they are just straight up running the NRG comp. Osbos's waylay looked really good. He only played it for a very brief period of time. But yeah, wasteland mode.
This comp, though, obviously, it foregoes a Sentinel. So you don't have sheer wall to slow down attackers. You also don't have that early warning system if there is a late read flank that comes through. So I want to see this like extreme scan util used to abuse smokes and the thin walls on this map. Get the Odin in play. Have Aspas play through connector a whole lot. Light speed him, see what he can dig up. The fact that he can get back out and have a second bite of the apple obviously suits him really, really well.
I would also say this is the exact map that I want to see Verno on. After having a heater game playing Sova, you get to go to a Sova playground map. He should be able to just continue that momentum right into this.
There's a lot of set play potential with this Billy setup, though. I think looking at Neff's deadlock, something I'm going to be trained on pretty closely. It makes for powerful post pass, but here on the defense side, if they can fight for any of that contested territory, get grab nets into A main, fight in yard, punish MIBR, maybe getting ahead of himself there to try and get that info off there. Scan util, that's one place they can hit MIBR where it hurts. But again, they're starting on defense side, so do we get to see enough of YZ's impact on this game before it gets away from them?
I'm so glad you mentioned Neff, because when they did play this comp before, he took a silly amount of first engagements on the defense.
100%. Yeah, that was in that finals game against DRG, who were running a bizarre Gecko comp. Yeah. I think the read on Corrode from CN, the region, has been all over the place. It's been very weird, whereas around the world elsewhere, it's felt pretty set in a couple comps. So I don't know if that game against DRG is really an accurate test of where Billy are at, because they were playing such an off-meta strange thing. I don't know how to rate them.
Well, we're going to jump into map 2 now and send this over to Ender and Doug and see if Billy can take a map off of MIBR.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. At the edge of chaos, the unexpected occurs, and that's exactly where MIBR took us. Now, Ender, my question to you is, are we expecting some of the same here, given the comps that we're already seeing?
I think it's really hard to come in with any real expectations of this map because of only seeing these teams each play the map one time during stage 2, because the changes in composition as well. I think that what I'm really going to be looking at, the desk was talking a bit about Neff on the deadlock, taking a lot of those early engagements, which I think could be a bit of a detriment, but I want to see how good he is at stopping down these hits, because already MIBR are quick into A main, or B main.
Yeah, they're so fast, but immediately stuffed out by the net, and then if they do continue to go forward, they've had 2 sound sensors, they have 2 players here.
Interesting, too, that Cortezia put down that A or B exec wall, just straight down the site. The rest of the team maybe trying to go back into mid, and I think it's important that these players from MIBR are able to challenge up against YZ and Knight. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to really sell this rotate at all.
K-Knight tucking behind the wall. Cortezia has been left to go explore and try to sniff something out and see what he can find. But of course, in very BLG fashion, they get a little antsy, they get a little curious. They decide to go exploring. Cortezia swings around, gets the best of the Sova.
But YZ is still continuing around. There's no way this is expected.
Slips the net. Gets the kill onto 1. Now they have to turn attention forward. Do BLG crunch in for main? We've got Neff who's considering it, but they're waiting for us on the other side of the wall. They've actually left YZ on an island, now forced to join the fray.
And now, as a matter of fact, all of a sudden, Cortezia is up into mid. He's got a chance to come in from behind on BLG.
Cortezia creeping forward, playing on the other side of his wall. As it goes down.
Patience.
Oh, I love this out of him. Assassination style. Neff falls. Levy is tucked, dropped. Rushia left in a 1v4.
mean, how can you do that? Look at this, MIBR just full facing the line. They know exactly where the guy's going to be coming from. Good kill first.
8 armor, 92 HP for the controller. Forced into a miserable position and asked to make art out of it.
Shadows traveling.
Trying to do his best to section off the fights as much as he can. Aspas getting a little cheeky with it, but not given the fights. Rishia is running out of time as well. A second tag onto the duelist. And he realizes options are essentially non-existent here. The swing out, Aspas gets the kill, MIBR get the round.
I mean, that was a wild round, right? BLG going for the double walk down through mid, but I can't help but feel like Wisey pulled the trigger way too soon on the B main flank. He sees one player on his screen. He knows no one else is really anywhere on the map. I would have thought. And it's, I think, a little bit of the patience as well that you see from Cortesia on that mid flank too that pays off for him. I think there's a world where if Wisey is patient with the trigger discipline, he could have 3 kills there in B main before anyone realizes what happened to him.
And again, he was in such a bad spot. He knew he had position, but his teammates couldn't help him because of the deadlock wall that was B main. Aggressive out from BLG towards A main this time around. They want to take the fight towards MIBR.
K-Knight picks up the orb as Aspas steps into mid. Now, he's here with a Phantom.
Yeah, I was about to say.
On his own.
And he loses it, and all of a sudden, it's donated.
I'm freaking out. I'm freaking out. That's a Phantom just dropped up in top mid. And now K-Knight has a kill as well. Is that actually... That's recoverable for sure.
Yeah, it is. But it's going to take some time. And with that time, MIBR should be able to get into comfortable post plants.
Yeah, at least that body down in bot mid didn't have anything on it. And now Shenum falls, okay.
And it wasn't even the Phantom. Weapon now upgraded in the hands of Neff. Battered and bruised, but still in a position to fight. Still ready to go. Wisey connects onto the Sova with the Frenzy, and now it's our team left in a 1v3. Can they find a way to avoid disaster?
Watch your back.
BLG in a really
nice
knife. Spot, but it's a knife. You're absolutely right.
Thanks.
A tragic punctuation point to the round for MIBR and a thrifty win for BLG.
Yeah, the MasterCard thrifty, and I don't know what exactly the idea was there with Aspas going on a journey into top mid on his own. Does feel like back-to-back rounds, our duelists getting a little bit ahead of themselves.
Bro.
That is a brutal way to finish it. Uh-huh.
Thought he might get out of his seat. Thought he might get a little verbal across the stage.
No.
So off of this, they give a rifle to Aspas again. Already has the TP procced. Flash over the top, looking to take the fight. There is no one there.
You can see the benefits of the KO flash hitting both yard and towards elbow.
Aspas looking for a fight. Remember, he failed at this the last time around. This time succeeds. Aspas with 2. The side is theirs. K-Knight with a bulldog. Can't find the mark.
Yeah, okay. These are the most nonsense rounds I've ever seen. Aspas just fully picking things back up after a blunder in round 2. MIBR just seized the reins once again.
You wonder here if you're BLG, I think they're just calling for the save.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's probably better than giving over even more guns to MIBR.
Yeah.
Just cut your losses and play the next.
Tough to really see what the financial situation is for Neff and Levius, but you imagine it's a bit spotty, and so they're trying to clutch onto their pearls, trying to keep that carried into the next.
The next round, while they're going to have a bye because, of course, they picked up all those guns from the last round.
Right.
Verno is going to have the 100 Fury online. You remember how deadly he was back with that on Haven.
Back-to-back MasterCard thrifties. I think for MIBR, we've seen a lot of what their approach is and a lot of their plan is on the attacking side. And you mentioned it, the flashes from the KO do such a good job of unlocking Waylay. We talked about it on the desk yesterday, I believe.
Yep.
This is the meta that is evolving in this tournament. The flash with the Waylay, let him go, take a fight,
job, guys.
and then get out.
Oh my god, okay. Who is watching it? Sure.
No one.
Yeah, nobody. Well, Nice save there from production.
Yeah,
catch that one.
A little bit of a different reaction from our coaching booths compared to round number 2, but here you go. See some of that speed with the Waylay.
The knife out. Aspas takes the fight, waiting for a second challenge. Good night, brother.
And the follow-up, too, from Verno. It's only the spam from K-Knight to try and equalize.
He's going to get caught in the drone. He's weak.
That was beautifully played up mid by MIBR. Primarily Aspas. He goes for that double dash towards Khan there, but then freezes. So that reclear with the stun doesn't connect on him. He gets the one kill, dodges away. Verno takes his place.
Neff falls, leaving Levius in a 1v3.
Yeah.
And he's so far away from the play.
I found from watching Neff's deadlock in the finals, it was kind of hard for him to play off of his stuns there. You can see where they are on the map. And the positions he was actually trying to work with, I don't know how to draw apparently, but the positions he's trying to work with so often struggle to capitalize off of that. Majority of value is finding this off the wall. But I see BLG try to adjust against some of these higher tempo execs. The last 2 rounds have just not even been close.
It's been a blistering pace from the attack. And maybe we get a timeout pretty early on. You saw some of the frustration. Yeah, that's beautifully played.
The patience there. He's not hit by the stuns. There comes Verno. Even this extra layer of arts in scaling forward. Here's the reload. Here's the drone. Easy push for the kill. And that is just that's a demonstration how to deconstruct a mid-hold from a defending team.
Yeah. Snappy hit from Shenum 2 to close out the round. 5-1 for Aspas. 5-2 for Verno.
Here's that quick pace to A.
It's just Wisey here. Is that going to be enough?
Right back.
Just Wisey? The TP across, he gets his one. Just not enough there. But Rishi is tucked. He's got to judge. The flash through. K-Knight joins the fray. K-Knight gets 2. And now it's Cortezia left in a 1v3.
And already 2 players approaching. Quick on the flank.
45 HP, he's left alone. This is going to be difficult. He spots his one, no real idea of what's waiting on the other side. And as Neff creeps forward, might be the easiest kill of his life.
BLG continuing just flank every single round, it seems. Just when you think they're done, there's another player coming in from the side. But truly the hero of that round, K-Knight. In main after Wisey, gets his kill after the little bait and switch there from MIBR, and Rusha's blinded up. It doesn't matter because K-Knight came out of Link and just fries. That's his guard as well. Didn't catch that the first time around, but beautifully pings up Aspas.
One round between these 2 teams. You see the exec wall A this time. I love the exec out from BLG towards B, but nobody's home.
Yeah, it's just A one more time. Levius left alone.
And they invested a ton into that. The paranoia, the stun, the Hunter's Fury, the position. Quick TP across the map, though. Rashia tries to get into the action A.
And they're going to have bodies here because of MIBR taking their sweet time, scaling forward. Now there's a smoke onto elbow. And MIBR, to succeed, are going to have to pop on out of it.
They have the tools to do it. Artsine has 2 flashes, Verno has a dart, Shenum has a paranoia. But it's so much easier contemplated than completed.
K-Knight rests on K-Knight.
Pushing forward. K-Knight gets 2, delivers again for BLG. Artsine so weak, but counters, and now Levius fills in on the space. Aspas a 1v4. 1v3 now. Oh, pops, but he doesn't have his flank covered. Rashia cleans him up. We're tied at 3.
That's just back-to-back rounds where K-Knight's the best guy in the server.
Yeah.
That quiet reclear. BLG love to go for these contact plays, these quiet steps back into space. And this time it comes after knowing, hey, they've pushed anyone out of B main space. They've got a couple players that made sure there's no one in mid.
You highlighted it perfectly, man. K-Knight was a guy who had to deliver on that fight. That's exactly what he did.
He did. Even there, Levius finding 2 kills, shoulder to shoulder with him. It's exactly what you're going to ask for. So MIBR go away from A and back to mid.
Still no timeout called from other side. Paranoia, just a little short.
It's because Aspas' pathing is different this time. Last time they heard the double dash in mid. It would have been hit by the Paranoia.
Shenum gets picked on B main too. YZ, a really nice spot. That stun's gonna connect. They have to swing out into it. Aspa shoves the barrel of the Vandal down his throat, but Rashia counters. And now they can speed up towards A, but again, down in numbers. They have the pit, and they have Hard Team's ult.
I mean, this is funky. That pick gives them a lot of space to work back into CT, but BLG are doing everything. They're clearing away A main. They've got 2 players coming in from mid. Really, it will be Cortesia inside the smoke.
K-Knight has a dart. He's been so good. He's been so good. And now Levius is going to drop his pit too. Green goo everywhere. It's like Nickelodeon in the 90s all over again. K-Knight with the dart drops it down onto the site. The spit will follow. Cortesia playing on the other side of it.
It doesn't go through the top of the pit.
Cortesia left in a 1v2, and BLG's numbers advantage is just too much.
That was insane. The fact that Cortesia wasn't actually tagged by the dart there, it seemed like he was maybe in the perfect position to capitalize. But Levius gets back in there, takes those kills, and gives BLG the lead. Enemy tag. So much riding off these 2 kills from Russia.
That's I don't know how many rounds is that in a row now, where BLG are forced into like this awkward spot where somebody has to step up.
3 in a row. Back-to-back K-Knight and now Russia.
Yeah. And if they're the ones who continue to answer that call, you look at someone across the stage to be able to do a bit of the same, and that hasn't been the case these last couple of rounds for MIBR.
No. Verno had taken over early. Ospas had a couple of rounds, but now it'll be Prod pumping the brakes. And look, MIBR have ultimates to play with, okay? We've got a Sova ult, a KO ult, and Homan ult. You can get active in a round like this, and I think I've actually really enjoyed the faster rounds MIBR have played. I think that they've, just guessed right a lot of the time and hit towards the weaker side, but it does seem like what they've been able to draft up in terms of execs with this comp, they're debuting here, have been effective.
Yeah. I mean, it's caused some problems more often than not, and if not for the heroics from BLG, I mean, it's tough to say what kind of conversation we'd be having, but those are the X factors that show up in high-pressure moments such as this.
For sure. And I think if MIBR do want to start slowing the game down, they need to go back to full dealing with the lurk style that BLG are going for. They're flanking every single round, you know, walking down mid, walking out B main, A main, everything. Like, can MIBR get an operator online to attack?
Sure.
Can they start hard holding these lines? Because no Senti in their comp leaves them vulnerable.
Sure, I do think they tried that in the last round. Remember, Shenum got the 1v1 outside of B main, and he got bested ultimately.
Exactly.
And I mean, it was a 1v2, but still, even if they do know that's what's coming, they haven't really been able to solve it. This time, a 3-2 approach from the attack.
Other ideas they could play with is just, you know, fighting more aggressively for the main space. That's actually an attack smoke they dropped down in B main.
Look at how far back YZ's playing off-site.
He's hanging out all the way back there.
Take flight. Yeah, with Arteen's ult online.
Can play for a faster rotate, retake. What more of the idea is than that.
You know, you'd expect Neff to be the one playing off so that the sensors stay up, but
this A-pop coming in hot.
And the sensors go down. Cortesia has a lot to deal with here. 2 members of BLG have taken this space, trying to tuck their way into this so it could strike a little bit later as the rest of the defense starts to encroach in around the site.
Good patience.
They've lost the site.
This is wild.
Neff has to deliver here, and Cortesia has no idea. Verno committing to getting the plant down. Neff has his ult, YZ does too.
Now Russia
creeping forward, gets the best of Arteen, looking for a second and delivers. The Paranoid will connect onto Aspas. It's another slaughter as BLG emerge on top.
That's just unreal. MIBR know exactly what BLG are going to do, right? They're still looking for the flanks, trying to deal with it, but they're looking the wrong way. Neff just pushed through A main. It doesn't matter if his sensors are down or whatnot. It's aggressive style from him, even choosing to split away from Russia.
Yeah.
Those players could have played together. A lot of teams would stick those 2 players together. But BLG choose to play on their own, and it pays off.
A little frustration starting to show on the side of the MIBR camp.
And remember, we heard, you know, their pre-game talk before Game 1 saying, let's get loud, let's hear some energy.
Yeah.
And here, even there, it's mellowed out a lot in these rounds.
Number 4 seed from America starting to show some cracks. Again, pacey. We saw Aspas in this position and was able to net a kill. This time draws out the Paranoia and gets out.
That Paranoia adjustment from Russia has been effective, allowing YZ to get up here into mid. But it's a bit awkward for MIBR, who have spread out 3-0-2 around the map. Yeah, they have control of mains, but you can't really go anywhere without numbers in mid.
A main cleared out, a drone traded on the other side, only spotting Shenum, who has technically been responsible for holding this side of the map by himself previously.
And now Wisey all the way down into bot mid. This is a guy that doesn't rotate to flood retake. He will start pushing forward once his teammates get information. That's a second player now spotted in main. And here goes Wisey.
Cortesia, there to greet him, there to best him.
That's the difference, though. Finally now, the flank has been dealt with. Now the acceleration into B, but there's already 3 players from BLG here.
Flash over the top. They're committing onto this, but the spike is rotating away.
Yes, it is. Now a counter ultimate into the other side. Shenum behind enemy lines, and it's only Neff here to hold down the fort. 25 seconds left on the clock, and Elbow walled off by the deadlock. Neff could stop them in their tracks.
Wall, the only thing keeping them apart. But they have found safe passage through.
He's got a timing. He could be everything for BLG.
A lot of the hands of Shenum here. That's the first kill found, and now they're going to buy time. I don't think they can make their way out. The spike is still waiting. Neff holds the line. 5 seconds now. The spike will go down. Aspas gets the best of K-Knight. And Levy is not able to play spoiler. Now left in a 1v3. Into the swing. The high-low is too much. Artsing gets 3. MIBR gets a 4.
That's crazy. 1 second left on the spike to go for the plant there. Neff was almost the hero for BLG. And it's in these slower rounds especially that I think Neff can be a monster. But MIBR fight their way out of that choke point, even against the deadlock wall. I think making the right call to pivot away. As soon as they heard Rush's Omen ult, head over towards the B site.
Yeah. It does feel like these rounds live or die by whether or not the flank is controlled. The lurk is bested. If BLG are able to continue to abuse that, they seem to find success.
Right here. This A side looking a little bit light from BLG.
Yeah, but it is Rashia on the other side. 7-7 so far. And K-Knight's not far off. Wall goes up, the spam through, that will connect. And he gets out. Hunter Suri looking for a little bit more damage as Wisey looks to join the fight, looks to join the site.
Yeah, Knight got tagged up by it. So now with K-Knight onto the site, MIBR, both things down, start to creep back up into yard before they move on in.
BLG creep back just a bit, playing this dangerous push and pull. A tap of the spike, Verno now committing.
Another round to double flank for BLG. This time Osbos is holding, but he's only got 20 HP in main.
That's so much to ask of. He still gets his one though, and he buys time and gives MIBR the numbers advantage. As the spike ticks away, BLG are forced to answer very quickly. Do they commit onto this? Do they save? They should have enough money to do so. So all eyes set forward. The dart, the wall, Cortesia on the swing, gets a kill. K-Knight beat up a bit, and that might call it. Neff is rotating away. I think they're done here. You leave K-Knight out there to maybe try to get a kill, one off of his ult, but no. The weapon's more valuable.
Cortesia's movement there, real nice to step back in front of the retake. Just catches Wisey in motion. So, we're all tied up now. These teams getting a little bit better of a read against each other on this opening half, but there's only 2 more rounds left to play on this side.
And I do think for BLG, this felt inevitable, right? We're talking about the #1 team from the CN region. We knew this was not going to be a walk in the park, regardless of who they were playing against. So honestly, I'm more curious about how MIBR respond to this, because the first map was a stomp. They were all confident. There really was no reason to doubt. It was happy days. But now that they're getting punched back in the mouth, now that they're getting pushed, how do they respond?
That grit has been something that we haven't really seen from MIBR this year, right?
Exactly.
When the highs were high, it was all smooth sailing.
Right.
You know, it was kickoff, stage 1, 3rd place finishes. But ever since Toronto, it has just been a drought. Say this team is streaky would be a bit of an understatement.
Agreed.
It's now coming back here, being tested in a map 2 is really where they get to define themselves.
Yeah, and I think we got to give tremendous love to BLG for the fact that they're in this fight with their star underperforming still. I mean, Wisey has struggled I mean, to be candid.
Yeah, it's been tough for him, and I think a large part to it is that he's fighting on his own almost every single round. He's playing to his style, sure, you know, going for a lot of these contact walks, but MIBR have done their homework. It's not like it's a surprise by any means, and while a lot of the time, kind of like Wisey's going to be able to outskill you if the team you're playing against just knows exactly and is in your head, it's tough to do.
Yeah. Now you take a look at the minimap here quick. MIBR look like they're going to want to go fast B, and there's not a ton of defense here. You got the flash set up. You imagine Ospas will double dash out.
Yeah, the trick for Ospas is trying to catch Levius when he's got util in hand, trying to stall out the choke. So Levius going up towards Heaven, played a little more passively and more of a honest retake setup is the right idea.
Paranoia, flash.
Oh, he's going to Heaven!
Oh, and Levius is there to greet him.
That's crazy.
And now K-Knight filling in on the space. Wisey with the ult. Gets the best of Shenum. Looks for more. Will find it. Verno never really made it out onto the site.
Yeah, I mean, he's throwing darts for his team. Ospas is already up in Heaven. Seems like a bit of an overreach.
What a hold. Out from BLG. Verno gets his 2. But Levius bests him with 3, and BLG take the lead.
Last round in the half.
Not sure what MIBR have seen in terms of where players have been playing on the B side. I don't think Levius has been playing up into Heaven a whole lot, so maybe that was the read, is there's no one here, we can just get posted up there. Levius was even hit by the flash.
Wow.
But it had timed out, the timing just not connecting.
I mean, I don't know how much faster they could have gone. I felt like that was full octane.
Yeah. And you'll sometimes see things like this, the timings on exec pieces be ever so slight left, because that's just a difference of a half second between Ospas getting there. That can be...
It's the same hit, it's the same hit. The Paranoia out, the Hunter's Fury through, and this time it finds Verno. Artscene falls, Ospas swings into his death. And now Paranoia traded, Shenum trying to respond, will. But it might be too little too late. Cortezia is in a beautiful spot, will get his kill, the spike is recoverable, and all of a sudden, there's a shot at this.
This one is weird. BLG have to be worried about that walkthrough on the A site, so what do? Control mid, stop the rotates, force Shenum to take the long way around. And what that means is that they have the opportunity to actually cut back in through mid and get onto this A site quick.
Smoke will buy a little bit of time. Quick note here, if it gets to that point, Neff one off of his ult.
BLG are really taking their time. They're going to allow MIBR to plant the spike and then play numbers on the retake. But what that gives MIBR in return is the chance to maybe even step back towards spawn.
Yeah. How do they choose to play this? Well, one way
for it, sure.
Yeah. And the spike goes down. Now the onus is on BLG. Only one on the flank. That means this fight is everything here. What can Cortezia do? Wisey, no wall, no stun. Spots one. Shenum 70 HP in such a tough spot. Cortezia waiting for the first challenge, waiting for it to arrive. But crawling on his skin, Shenum falls. Cortezia left alone, a 1v3. Wisey gets 4 as BLG will get the 7th.
Wisey just ran straight through the poison. Not an ounce of fear in his body. BLG dominating at the start of that round. Seeing it through calmly as well. You can see in the replay as well. It's that same set piece like you mentioned. The net just making it so Verno had nowhere to go. Just fodder for the Hunter's Fury.
Steady aim from the Duelist too. Out of Wisey, we mentioned he's been a little quiet, but certainly comes to life there in that last round.
BLG have woken up well and truly. Easing into this half. That's what we expected.
7-5 half for BLG. Let's send it down over to the stage. Lou is standing by with a very special guest. Lou, take it away.
Et les Champions Paris sont un moment qui se vit en famille avec la maman de Verno ici. I'm never getting rid of interviewing moms here in Paris. And Elizabeth, Verno's mom, you are no exception. So first of all, welcome to France. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Merci.
Very nice mercy from you too. And my first question is going to be, do we have a radiant mom here? Have you ever tried Valorant? What are your thoughts? Do you have a favorite agent maybe?
I tried to play Valorant and I asked Verno to teach me and he said, yeah, no.
What? He refused to teach his mom Valorant? Are you serious?
To learn Sova.
Yeah, so Sova is your favorite Asian, right? And he's doing awesome with it currently. Donc première question, est-ce qu'on a une maman radiant à nos côtés? Quel est son agent préféré? Est-ce qu'elle a déjà essayé de jouer à Valorant? Et ben elle nous dit oui, j'ai déjà essayé, j'ai demandé à Verno de me coacher et il a complètement refusé. Je voulais apprendre un petit peu Sova, etc. Mais ça a été un non catégorique de la part de son fils. And second question, I heard that you got, to hang out a little bit with the team, with MIBR. So how are the vibes? Are the boys feeling confident?
I love this team. This team feels like a family, including all of the Brazilian moms that have welcomed me and all of the players in the community. What I think about the team, seeing them last night, is that this team has heart, this team has grit, and they came to win.
And I think we can definitely that on the server and also here. Donc on a pu voir, la maman a pu rencontrer un petit peu l'équipe MIBR hier et donc est-ce que les garçons étaient confiants? Qu'est-ce qu'elle a senti comme mood? Et c'est une vraie famille, on se sent vraiment comme à la maison. Les garçons ont de la confiance, ils ont envie de gagner, ça se voit et même les autres mamans brésiliennes m'ont accueilli comme à la maison. Donc voilà, c'est un plaisir. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Verno is very lucky to have you as his mom, and we're going to see if the family buff works for MIBR on Corrode.
The family buff, the grit, the confidence, it's going to take something for MIBR to get back into this game. Christy, anything that tickles your fancy here with the Coinbase Econ report?
I mean, honestly, I think right now we're highlighting Osboss, which is fair. I think he started off that half with a couple of big rounds, showed up in a major way. But I think on the other side of things, I'm just thinking of the amount of rounds K-Knight just straight up won for his team. The amount of hero moments from members on BLG between K-Knight and Neff in particular was really major. And I think the reason why they come into this half leading has been individual moments of brilliance.
Those are often the ones that make a difference. Those are often the moments that separate the good from the great. BLG hanging on to this 2-round lead. Now on the attacking side, now it's on them to try to dictate some of the pace. As Aspas has already taken an aggro line, already gets the best of Levius. That's a great start.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. No threat on the A side of the map whatsoever. And now over on B, well, if you try to exec in here, Artsen's been holding on to the knife, so that's an easy way to shut down any chance of execing.
Oh, unless you die before you get a chance.
Yeah, let's try not to die.
That's
step one.
Gets the info, though, drops the knife, only one found.
Okay, so MIBR may be layering their utility at the same time a bit too much there. The wall goes down, the snake bite, and the knife. And yet it is enough to encourage BLG to step away from the B side of the map.
I'm inclined to think they should know that, too, given that only one was tagged with the knife.
The thing is, MIBR can be happy to play 3 towards B because of Osboss's position. Now they know there's 2 players at least in mid. Osboss has full control of A main.
Pesky little drone. You're right, Osboss hasn't moved at all, so they're going to rotate back into the man who started the round. Finding a kill with 1 bullet, if I'm not mistaken. Make that 2. Ooh, he got his.
I mean, even look at the damage on K-Knight and YZ, 40 and 70 apiece.
Still kind of thrown in disarray here. I mean, she is still playing all the way back B.
Yeah, you've got 20 seconds to exec A on virtually no HP. Your only guy with health is not with the rest of the team.
And for as much as we've talked about Aspas, Verno has been just as good. Drops the shock, tries to buy a little bit of time. 13 seconds left, realizing if he just wins this fight now, the round is secured. With 8 seconds left, it's all a matter of time. And as the hourglass strips away, the spike is out of reach. A little messy.
Wait,
but,
they could let him live here, and it's actually worse for them. They go ahead and hunt down the kill anyways.
Yeah.
Think of another ult on for Artsen.
They got their pistol, though, and that was something that, I mean, they needed, something that they struggled with. Really, I mean, all of Stage 2.
Yeah, you think, yeah, Stage 2 was a struggle. This game, though, won the first and ended up getting things a little bit messy. Osboss may have donated a Phantom over to the other team. Well, so I think we'll see MIBR not do that, or at least try not to do that this time around.
Get this guy! Nice!
That's really good comms.
Honestly, brother tried. He tried. He tried. All right, yeah, we will see what the adjustments are. This time it's just a Marshall and hands of Osboss.
You can't give them a Phantom if you don't buy the Phantom.
Right, but you can still lose the opening pick if YZ gets another one with a Frenzy. Artsine trying to fill in. YZ on an island. Shenum and Artsine both side by side, getting the best of BLG. Just a tiny sliver of health for the remaining controller. Verno will snap. Verno will get the kill. MIBR will tie us up at 7 apiece.
he's quick with it there.
Dude, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to ask it. I'm going to say it.
Say it.
Where was this team in Stage 2?
I don't know, but not Los Angeles, California.
Good night. I mean, they're just playing with so much confidence. And again, I think grit is the most impressive thing. The MIBR of old would have crumbled.
Yeah.
They would have never even been in this position, much less had the fortitude to hold it together.
And you think about a team with 3 rookies to the America stage, let alone the champion stage.
Yeah, I'd argue 4. I mean, our team wasn't there a ton.
Hello.
Oh, I love this set! It's beautiful! Ospas gets 3!
BLG were in 0G and he just comes in and kills them all! That was unbelievable!
Waylay believers rejoice! Ospas gets 4! He knows what the people want. Question is whether or not he gets a chance to do it. He is 1 off of his ult, so you imagine you want to let him off the leash. Go make a play. We'll see if he can find it. They know where he is. The king returns to the international stage and does it with an ace.
Long have we waited. Ospas is back. Look at this play. I mean, he does it all himself. There's a paranoia too, but everyone's trying to jump. They get paranoid. They're trying to jump away, and they're just caught in the air. That was so sick. And that, Doug, was the bonus. A completely different story to the first half. Back and forth, messy, sloppy. No, this is devastation.
And it's getting worse. Verno's brought the Odin onto the field and already getting a kill. A nightmare so far for BLG. And yes, they're still in this. Yeah, they have an opportunity to fix this, but this all beautiful. Ospas continuing to push the pace. This time may have overcooked, but Verno's there to pick him up. This is danger. This is not secure. This is not safe.
And the Annihilation just plucked up Shenum. This is now BLG with a numbers advantage. They don't have the rifles, and there's 2 players now on the flank for MIBR.
Timing is everything. Artsine has a knife. Did you hear that? He did hear it. Still, oh, but he doesn't get the kill. Elias gets 2. The MasterCard Thrifty is BLG. Swing back.
There is just absolutely no way. This game is all over the place.
He should have never gotten away with that.
I mean, they heard Levius pick up the gun. They see the gun coming out of the poison orb.
Poison's off. 1 enemy remaining.
Levius still is able to adjust and get the second.
A roller coaster of emotions for Fraud. No real time to think it through as we're right back into the next. An op online for Ospas.
Okay.
Early knife, early spam, 2 found. But no blood drawn.
Oh, the counter is there from K-Knight.
Beautifully done.
He knows those lines himself. And now MIBR are silenced into the round. But the telltale sign will be the re-clear of A-main. K-Knight's come over here. There is a drone, and they need to use that to deal with this operator.
That's exactly what they'll do. You see Ospas repositioning.
Back in a flash.
Still a chance to make the play. Shenum's the other one. Plucks Wisey out of the sky. Doubles down onto Nev. Just like that. They respond.
This is a round of 4v5 after the disaster that was round 16. Ospas and Shenum have just turned it right back around on its head.
BLG looking for a little bit of room, a little comfort, a little space to breathe and try to get the spike down. But not fully committing onto it yet, setting up in the crossfire first. Cheeky little lurk out from Verno. And the spike goes down. The spit, the dart, any info would be devastating for BLG. But they try to dig their heels in. So far, gone off undetected. We've seen some silly rounds. Has the potential to be another one. K-Knight on the swing, but Ospas and Shenum cleaned it up. 3 on the round for the controller, who had a very quiet start.
Oh yeah.
As MIBR take the lead back.
But you can forget all about that after the 2 kills he just found. BLG's mid players. I'm sure we're going to see it again. His first shot onto YZ was jumping, sprint jumping to try and break the crosshair. This is after Artson went down early, but it's that kill there into the reset. So nice.
And Nev had a chance at it, but very well done.
Double. Nice! Perfect, boys! There's an audience.
And so off of that, a timeout is called from BLG. A brief moment of respite for the reality of the situation to sink in. You walk into this stage, you walk into Paris knowing that you have MIBR first, and yeah, they're historically good, but the number 4 seed didn't even play in playoffs. Couldn't expect a ton, right?
Not at all. And now you have that voice in the back of your mind, like, we're already down 1-0, now we're trailing by a round on Corrode, a map we'd only ever played one time before. This is a map that BLG were banning all the time. Had to play it in the best of 5s.
And I'm reminded again of the conversation that I had with Fraud prior to the series starting. Yep. This was the map ban they wanted. They've had everything at their disposal so far. You can tell they're drilled. They have really cool execs. They have a lot of plans for how BLG want to approach this. And I mean, BLG have 1,000% operated under this bend but don't break. But the pressure feels like it's mounting.
It absolutely is, especially when you look across the aisle and you see Ospas 20 kills to 10 deaths after the worst tournament in his career, which was Toronto, now lighting up the server on the Waylay of all things.
MIBR getting curious and exploring across the middle of the map, while BLG set into a 4-1. All picked up. Going to rejoin alongside Levius and see how they want to approach the rest of this round.
Yeah, BLG might just want to play for a couple of ult rounds back-to-back, pretty close on a few of them. First challenge will be dealing with this 1-2 punch from Artson and Verno. Good timing on the drone to see the other side of things, but no one's scaling behind it.
That will conceal Artson though. Caught by the net, forced to take the fight. Verno's there to help, boldly removing it in the middle of the chaos.
Artson just gets out there? You gotta be kidding me.
Suppressive fire was enough, I guess. Managed to stay alive.
So now what do BLG do? We need to come back into B, perhaps? There's a pocket for Shenum to dodge any util in this corner.
That's a second pocket that MIBR are playing around. They're so prepped. First it was Artson, and you're right, now Shenum. Tucked.
30 seconds left.
Waiting for the trap to be sprung. Shenum gets 2. Artson gets another. And now the Hunter's Fury results in a flawless round win for MIBR.
MIBR, by stealing away that fight into mid, taking YZ out of the equation, not only does it ruin BLG's chance of playing the macro of the map, okay, you have no mid space, you gotta just run an exec onto a site, but it also means they have no way to break that choke point. And Artson, who was the player that survived by the skin of his teeth in bot mid, runs all the way back to B to hold that 180-degree crossfire with Shenum in the pocket.
And also the timing of the utility was perfect. Cortezia hit a spit at just the right time. And so it was almost easy, to be honest. But again, no real time to think this through. Well, and again, it's a brutal start for BLG.
And another ping, so Artson's looking for more. I mean, he's mowing him down through the walls, Doug.
Verno looking to get in on the action, have a little bit of fun himself. Lucio, though, finds a little bit of timing. Cortezia is the one with the op now.
Yeah, of course the Vipers got the operator. Osboss wanted to have a rifle round.
BLG have lost full control of the situation right now.
And a leg, too.
I mentioned it earlier. It felt like it was bend but don't break, and they were able to live off of that for so long. But MIBR tee off as they get to 11.
Cortezia was the rookie prospect in the offseason, coming up to join this MIBR squad. And a lights-out kickoff stage 1. And now with the operator of all things, dominating in this round as well. Combo of him and Artson just dismantled BLG.
Nice! Let's go! Woo!
A complete subversion of expectations, but the job's not done. Does he stick that ult?
Yes, he does.
No smoke to conceal it either.
Ooh.
So a little game of cat and mouse as Verno rotates around looking for...
Verno's looking the wrong way.
Yeah, he's looking for the hunter, but he's the prey. But things might turn. Little ring around the rosy. Will Verno find him? Yes, he will! Everything going right for MIBR. And now they can turn their attention back over to A, where yes, all of BLG are. The wall will cause problems, but they're just fighting through it. And it's exactly what MIBR need. Cortesia gets two. Neff, isolated. Trying to hang on to this spike, trying to hang on to position, trying to hang on to the round. But his grip is slipping. It slipped from BLG's. MIBR, series point.
It's just a position that no one would have thought we'd be in. At the very least, not in this fashion. Right, from the 13-2 scoreline on Haven to now, a dominant second half out of MIBR. And these rounds are getting chaotic as well. BLG are throwing everything they've got at MIBR. The ultimate into the back lines. Verno's doing his best detective mission to figure out where this guy is at. But MIBR somehow seeing the pathway through these incredibly chaotic round states.
What's the play now? Do they have something dialed up to be the final hook?
They're running 5 players straight into a Viper's pit.
They can bully him out of this if there's not enough help. Cortesia must be careful here. The drone to lead the way, and now the spam through, and once again, an obfuscation of sightlines, the paranoia through. And as one goes down, you see BLG hang on to theirs.
MIBR have to be worried though. Mid-space is a question mark they're not really sure about. They don't know if people have stepped up into the pit. Now the net as well, they're stuck in the open.
The paranoia is going to tag onto Shenum. He's got to be careful here. The Hunter's Fury will join as K-Knight tries to light it up with YZ, following the red carpet that's been rolled out. The site is now theirs. YZ gets another.
Spike planted.
Can they close this out? MIBR, plenty of money. No real reason not to go for it, but they take a step back, they let it reset.
MIBR have Artson on the flank. He will be the way back into the round now for MIBR.
He's got his ult. He's got to get these kills though, not able to find them. Both fall, Aspas left in a 1v4. Tries to slip his way through, position given away. BLG, do not relent. They're not done yet.
BLG reacted very nicely to the Viper's pit being dropped down in main there, countering out with one of their own, then signaling into the site. Sova dart into the Hunter's Fury. And this is coming down at the same time there was a net into back site. So Shenum had actually tried to teleport away before taking the net out of himself. He's just a sitting duck. Follow-up from YZ there is nice as well.
And Aspas just showing a little leg. And that's what cost him his life. But MIBR able to invest into this. They still have Nodin, they still have an op, and they still have Artzin's ult.
Is the solution just be execs for BLG? Is that really it? You know, they've played a few of these rounds where they step up into B main and then drop down that sensor to stop any refight coming through from MIBR. So this time it isn't that acceleration into the site again.
Aspas is up really far. Remember, he's got the op. He's got to clear the drone. But can't. Aspas has to give the line up.
So BLG, after pushing that player out of mid, now set up to go back into B again. Paranoia line ready.
One big difference here is this. Artin was on the other side of the map previously. Now he can stall this hit out with this ult.
And that deadlock wall instantly busted down by Verno's Odin.
The question is, do BLG just wait for this to go out and then they re-hit?
They have to. They have no space anywhere else on the map. They've decided to stop playing for lurks or anything like this. Now they're tagged up, 3 players spotted. Tells MIBR everything they need to know.
They're not rotating off of it.
Both teams know what's about to go down is a matter of skill.
They're not scurrying back B. The spam through from Verno denying entry onto the site. Cortesia trying to move into the site, but Aspas gets 2 with the out. Verno gets another. And now the ult popped. Artzine paves the way.
K-Knight left in a 1v3, and he will fall. They might be fit for a glass slipper after all. MIBR shock the world and take down BLG. It would be the most incredible Cinderella story of all time, I think. A team that had not even made playoffs in Americas. If you check its 9th/10th place finish for MIBR. And yet they have come on to the global stage, the first champions for 4 of these players. And they have shut out China's best team.
Off the backs of Aspas and Verno. And really, I mean, it was by committee at the end there, but those two, those two were stars.
I mean, map 1 was the masterclass from Verno. And map 2, Aspas back on the big stage, playing the Waylay for the first time. And it's that ace round that BLG will not forget for a long, long time.
Yeah, and you know, maybe a bit removed, a bit far away from really painting this as a Cinderella story, but they have taken their first step.
Save time creating content and generate a high-quality.
You mentioned it earlier. Verno joined after kickoff, right? He was playing on a different team, joins MIBR, and all of a sudden, who are these guys? They might just be back. We're going to throw it down to Lou on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Cortesia. Lou, take it away.
Et après cette belle victoire de MIBR, je vais pouvoir rejoindre Cortesia. Cortesia, congratulations. I'm going to have to borrow you for a second after this beautiful victory against BLG. So first of all, parabéns. Congratulations.
Obrigado.
Thank you, merci. So my first question is going to be easy. We have a multilingual team here. You guys are Brazilian, so your native language is Portuguese, but we have Verno too, who can speak several languages, but you guys keep it in English for everyone, you know, to understand. So does it happen sometimes that you switch to Portuguese in clutches? How do you handle all of this?
So usually when we are playing like me and Shannon inside the clutch, we call in Portuguese, but we are trying to call more in English because of Verno. Now he's the IGL and he needs to understand what is going on with the minimap. So we are trying to improve more in the English so Verno can call better.
It takes time, but I think you guys are doing pretty good indeed. Donc on a une team qui est multilingue. On a des Brésiliens donc qui parlent portugais, mais aussi Verno qui parle anglais. Donc comment est-ce qu'on gère ça? Est-ce qu'en clutch, ça leur arrive de parler portugais? Bah oui, quand Cortesia est avec Zenom en clutch ou en extrémité, c'est vrai qu'ils parlent un peu portugais, mais ils essayent de passer à l'anglais pour aider un petit peu Verno qui est IGL. And my second question is, I'm very proud to see a mix of Brazilian and French attitude and trash talk here on the stage in Paris from you. But how do you maintain focus? How do you maintain lock-in when you send the chair and everything like in the air?
So I think every team needs a guy like me to hype up the team. We see Baby Bay, we see Zelzis, so it's really important, and I am this guy.
So you are this guy, and it helps you lock in actually. It seems like you're playing better when you do this.
Yeah, it really helps me a lot, but I think it's more for my team. It helps me, but helps more my team.
You do it more for your teammates indeed. Donc on le voit se lever, Cortesia, il célèbre à chaque round, il se lève de sa chaise. Comment est-ce qu'on arrive à rester focus, à continuer de cliquer quand on fait ça? Et bah tout simplement, je le fais pour ma team. Il y a toujours un coéquipier qui fait ça dans l'équipe, que ce soit Zelzis, que ce soit Baby Bay. Dans mon équipe, c'est moi. Je le fais pour mes teammates. And I think that's really beautiful. Thank you very much. Obrigada for your time and congratulations again for this victory. And we're gonna discover very soon who's gonna take the win between Fnatic and RRQ. Stay with us.
हेलो गाइस, मैं आता हूँ थोड़ी देर में फिर, ठीक है? आता हूँ मैं खाने पीने का देख के, तो टाइम लगेगा ना अगला मैच होने में। फनाटिक का है अगला मैच, आता हूँ मैं।
That was close at least.
Wait, which champs did I
He was
miss?
close. You missed a year.
I missed a year.
That
That was a gas leak year.
That's criminal. All right, next question. Name at least 3 of the 4 Champions MVPs.
Yeah, right, bro.
What's he got?
Aspas, Kong, CNED.
Close.
Yes. Kong, Aspaz, and less. No?
No.
Can I go again?
Wait, I already said Aspaz. Wait, let me go again.
I'll let you get one more.
Wait, Aspas? No, sorry, not
No,
Aspas.
you already said
no,
it.
No,
Yes,
I meant
yes.
Kong, CNED.
You're wrong already. It's not CNET.
Okay.
It's not CNET. It's
What
not
are you doing?
CNET.
What are you making it?
Aspaz, Kong, and Zeke.
No!
He got it. He got it. It was Zeke. It was Zeke. He got
Your
it.
button.
Got it.
I need a point.
The other one was Demon 1. The other one was Demon 1.
Oh,
All right.
Demon 1. They won
This one,
champs. That's
y'all-
the champs I missed. LA.
Y'all better both get this or you're fake. What team did Chronicle play for in Champions 2020?
Hey, chill.
Gambit.
I put the question at the
Gambit. No, I already know what he's going to say. Gambit.
Yeah, I knew too.
I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
NA favoritism.
All right, next.
This is unheard of. I'm smash mad on it.
Who has the most kills in EMEA Stage 2?
Well, stick. Oh. Ara. I know that.
You're correct, but at what cost?
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
what
your
cost?
IGLing is going to be off.
I've got
in your first
concussion.
game. How many Fnatic players are in the top 10 most kills at Champions?
Yeah, good luck, mate. I don't even know. Hold on.
2.
That is correct.
Who?
It is 2. It is
Alpha.
Alpha.
Oh, okay.
And that's a double point, brother.
Knows. You said you were nervous.
I was.
Sorry,
I
you
wasn't.
locked in. All right, the final question.
Not Durka.
Yeah, kind of shocking, really. Last question. See if you can redeem yourself. Crashy's kind of on point.
I got concussion.
Which players tied have the most Champions appearances to date?
Boaster, Mako, and who's that other guy? Buzz.
He's done it.
That's done it. But
He's
he's lost
done it.
anyway.
The Buzz one, I felt that was a tough one. Man.
Came out of nowhere.
That
I saw
was
his
difficult.
face, and it was like.
Did anyone keep track of who had? No one in the room.
Me.
No, because
So,
I'm as the ref.
Winner.
I lost count.
Me,
Was that a 3-person? Was that tied? 3
me
to
and
3?
Austin combined, we won. Technically.
Yeah, fair enough. The viewers are the winners.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, and that's the end of the Fnatic Lightning round.
And that was Wyatt in our weekly third wheeling session here at Valorant Champs Paris. Did you feel like you were third wheeling?
Yeah, absolutely. The romance.
Welcome
The
to my
tension
world.
across the
City
stage
above.
was immense.
I know.
Yeah.
Did you? I kept taking note of the way they were looking at each other in the eyes.
Like you weren't in the room.
Long
They'd act
no,
like you're not in the room.
not at all.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sue. That's rough, man.
Now you know how I feel.
Yeah.
But this is the thing, though. You know, we've been hearing about the way the Crashies has improved and changed and evolved so much. I don't think we ever remember him doing content on his previous teams at global events and being that happy and whimsy and silly.
Well, no.
And far less smitten. Also, far less smitten with his teammates.
Does he have a reason to be? They qualify for champs pretty early doors, but I mean, the truth is, Uber playoffs was not it.
No, I mean, and there's like a narrative around Fnatic about this sort of stage 2 holiday that they had. I think they qualified after beating Apex officially, but they did, in fairness, try a bunch of different maps, right? A couple of different looks that we hadn't seen from them so far. I think that like a lot of the stars are still very much present on this team, right? You know, it's just, it's obviously Boaster brings the intangibles. You know, statistically not a strong performing individual when it comes to the gunplay, but like Kayak, Alpha look very, very good. A lot of the elements that, you know, have been present in successful Fnatic looks over the course of this year and prior are still there. I don't think people should be underrating this team, otherwise you're just not a ball knower. These guys at Globals are different.
I think fan favorite is pretty correct, but definitely not favorite for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, certainly not. I was super high on them going into Toronto, and they played an amazing tournament there, coming in second. And honestly, I buy into the fatigue narrative. I think it's very relevant. I think you could see it in their play. Like in their last match against Giants, some of the guys were shooting like Alpha on Lotus, where they've been performing at their best. I think Lotus has been pretty critical for them. But as a team, I felt like you could tell they were just out of sorts with each other, miscommunications, etc.
We're seeing way less Lotus in the EMEA than we have in seasons up until this point. I think it was even chosen into them by Giant X in their matchup. Obviously, the one that had them sent them out of the playoffs there. And it was, pretty unconvincing. So good that they've got a strong Corrode in the map pool. Obviously, Icebox, going away now, which they were undefeated on, I think, in Stage 2. So we'll see if that affects them.
I will go as far as saying this is the worst map pool that this organization has ever
fracture.
had to face. Yes. No split, no fracture, no Icebox.
Oh, okay.
But we do have Boaster, and Mika Fab's got a chance to catch up with him a little bit early, and this is what he had to say.
Hey guys, Mika here with Boaster of Fnatic. Of course, you are such a household name when it comes to these global events. Fnatic is a household name when it comes to these global events. But of course, you guys haven't lifted a Champions Trophy just yet. So tell me, why is this year the year that Fnatic gets to do it?
Well, I think no EMEA team has won a VCT trophy globally since I shook my ass on stage. So I think I cursed us all. So in order to remove the curse, I'm going to have to seal the Hon Moon and win this trophy. Yeah.
Happy fans, happy Hon Moon. Oh.
I don't even know what's going on. I don't know why I did that.
I don't know if he could seal the Hon Moon with that.
You can't unring a bell and you can't unshake an ass. At this point, Boaster is priced in. Just send it at this point, man.
Yeah, he wasn't just shaking his ass before. He was giving it against RRQ the last time they faced each other. The L dance, why it was coming out, or all the shenanigans on stage. You think RRQ maybe looking for revenge this time?
For sure. Honestly, in a way, I think they needed that. Like, going into your first international event and going right into that playoff bracket, not having those early group games, their debut globally, I think the odds were stacked against them. They took one map off Fnatic, but yeah, ultimately, I think they needed to kind of suffer a loss in a way just to get the experience to come back stronger at this event.
I think Jemkin needed it as well, because it felt a little bit too much like Jemkin and friends for this RRQ team in Toronto. And frankly, he choked. He wasn't, in that Fnatic game, he wasn't able to stand up at all. And, it's a bit disappointing to see from a team with like a lot of hype behind them. But they've been adamant. They've been insistent. It's not Jemkin and friends anymore. We've seen big step-ups from a lot of players. I think Monyet is crucial. He enables Jemkin very much with that Yoru. Comes in, picks up that Neon when required. It's a strong double duelist look that RRQ can throw in. But, well, Icebox was also their ticket through Pacific playoffs.
Yeah.
They are, they're undefeated on that map at Stage 2.
They've got the Haven, and I would love to see the Haven, because Fnatic's Haven has been really bad, but I want to see them take it one step further and throw Fnatic off, maybe with an Abyss, cheeky Abyss pick coming into this.
I wouldn't be mad at the Abyss. Historically, not great for either team, honestly, on paper, but a lot of time for RQ to maybe try to lock in on that. I think Ascent will be interesting as well, because I loved Fnatic's look on that map around Toronto. That's actually the map they knocked RQ out on, and then from there it's been on the decline. So maybe they can bounce back, because RRQ, they let that map through all the time and they're not even that good on it, but they keep playing it.
The Corrode stats don't look that compelling on the graphic, but they were 3-0 in playoffs on Corrode, and they got through teams like Genji, DRX, T1 and Talon to get there, so some really big names. It was actually...
Don't remind me of the Talon one. What are you doing?
Ooh, that was brutal.
Yeah. You mentioned Jemkin, and I think a part of the story is going to Toronto. Do you think maybe the expectations were a little bit too high?
They were massive.
But this time around, I don't think he's gonna be underwhelming again. Surely.
No, certainly. I don't believe it. Kind of much to my point that I was making about the team entirely. I think he just needed that experience, and he has the ability to bounce back. I was talking to Mika about this, and she mentioned that Coach Ewok on the team wanted to get Jemkin. One of the reasons because of that iconic Reyna game where he got 0 kills, but the next game he bounced back and went crazy on the map just after. And I think that's telling of the kind of player and person that he is. And he's displayed nothing but top-tier world-class duelist play within Pacific. Now it's time to do it on the global stage after he had that first attempt.
Do you know who has been crazy on the global stage before, though? Xferio, of course, previously Teboto. I'm sure some people might remember that breeze against Optic. Anyway, he had a chat with Mika Fabs ahead of this massive matchup against Fnatic.
Hello.
Mika here, and I am with Xfero of RRQ. Now, of course, this is a very, very big match for you guys. And I'm wondering if the team has shaken off those first global event nerves, and are you finally going to get your revenge on Fnatic?
Yeah, we are taking match by match, and we believe in each other, and we believe in our preparation as well. So yeah, I'm really excited.
Yeah, sometimes that's all you need, the power of friendship. Good luck to you.
Preparation is going to be really important coming into this, but also Alpha Year probably almost robbed of an MVP. Toronto hasn't been the best though in EMEA, had a drop in form too.
Yes, I do remember he was the one that tore RRQ to shreds in that matchup they played in Toronto. Look, I think Alpha's an incredible flex player, a top performer in general. Yeah, look, I think all of Fnatic had a bit of a quiet stage too, so I'm pretty reluctant to pin it on anybody, but you know, plays Neon on Sunset, plays the Taeho a little bit as well. I think Alpha Year is someone to keep an eye on, and it's an interesting comparison between him and Monye because they're different flavors of flex. Monye is an Omen player and then picks up the Neon when required and also enables for the Waylay to be picked up by Jenkin. Alpha Year really feels like he does it all. We're comparing Neon to Killjoy stats here just to contextualize
It's interesting. Alpha's been putting up some of his best games playing KJ. I mean, even in that last game that they lost against Giant X in the playoffs when they were knocked out, he was still dropping bombs playing KJ on Lotus, which was interesting. But yeah, I mean, he was on point there at least. I'm hoping he can bounce back.
Well, it's going to be a huge rematch here. Can RRQ get their revenge? And what are Fnatic going to bring? There's only one way to find out and send it down to the stage.
J'ai bien compris que pleurer ne m'apporterait rien. Écoute bien, si on dit à mes voix, ils m'attendaient pas. Je le fais taire et puis je reviens. Tu finiras en tôle si t'es pas mort avant. Une belle vie dans un coffre, c'est pas vraiment. C'est tard, fais tes faits comme un rat. C'est beau t'y réfléchir à deux fois dorénavant. Dis-moi comment je vais te rattraper. Je suis en pleine forme, car t'es belle phase. Pour ton procès, j'étais trop marché en serrant bien les clés. Et j'accroche ta photo à l'entrée.
We have seen this matchup once already this year. This time coming onto the champion stage, Fnatic are not the kings they used to be. But RRQ, oh my goodness, they look great in Pacific, and their region is the only one that are undefeated so far at champions.
Yeah, many of you at home voted for that undefeated streak to continue. Sunset Bind taken away, maybe not so surprising. Fnatic though opt to pick the Ascent.
Some
they
will be
are 1
upset
and
about
3
that.
on this map in stage 2.
Some will be very frustrated with Fnatic picking Ascent. I'm hoping they can bounce back on it because they were such a trendsetter bringing the Chamber into that map around Toronto. And like I was mentioning prior, RRQ let Ascent through constantly, and they're 1 and 4 on the map. They have not looked great there. They've made multiple comp switches. They're even trying to play Taeho on the map, still not working. So I think that if they continue to flounder, even if Fnatic aren't at their best again, maybe they can just still beat a weaker RRQ.
Similarly, yeah, RRQ been really testing a bunch of different comps on this map. They tried the Waylay. Now it looks like they're folding in Taeho and Yoru to try and see if that gets them any value, like alongside the Sova. So this map, for me, is proof of how the teams have been working in the offseason, in the lead up to this event. This is going to be a great fruits of their labor demonstration to start the series.
The Abyss, obviously an unknown. It wasn't an amazing map for either team at the beginning of the year. I want to kind of even rate Fnatic's lower than RRQ's, but bit of a toss-up. And then Corrode, I'm just thinking about the Xfero versus Talon dropping 20 kills on attack, 20 for 5 on just attack Viper. He has been amazing this last stage. I rate him so highly. I think he's playing the best Valorant he has all year as of late.
This really worries me because we look at the map pool, and for me, again, I think it's the weakest map pool for Fnatic ever in the history of their organization. And when you look at the 3 maps they have to play, usually they get a crutch. They get their Lotus, they get their Haven, they get their Icebox, they get their Fracture. They get one map where it's traditionally they're the kings of. And in this, they are not the kings of any of this. This is just a completely new territory.
All right, like I'm favoring them on Ascent, but it has less well, yes, a little bit, but it honestly, for me, has less to do with their level and more to do with RRQ just not having an identity there, not being able to figure it out at all. At least Fnatic have an identity, but also do they stray away from it? Do they do they give up the chamber and move on?
I love the Bind ban, because if Bind was in there, that would have been, you know, the Fnatic home ground, the Fnatic thing where they are good at. And now they don't have any strong maps, so this is a tricky situation.
I love what you said though off camera or off mic as we came into this. This feels like a true rematch. Like neither of these teams have changed materially in terms of personnel since that event, and I have flashbacks to just watching Alpha Year destroy RRQ on that Ascent defense side. Always seemed to be exactly where he had to be. The chamber is something I'm going to be looking at very closely if that's what we get from Agent Select here. It's a style I think Fnatic can definitely lean into. Just play extremities, answer with strong contact against this faster early round coming out of RRQ. See if you can stop them in their tracks.
The Fnatic are going to be in so much more danger against this RRQ in this map pool than they were in Toronto. This is an experienced RRQ. This is their second time on the global stage.
Alpha Year's playing Sage. It's a Paper X. This is a Paper X.
I mean, the Sage was very old on this map and is now back and is very new since the recent buffs.
You have Sheer Wall and Sage's Wall, and you've got extremely good stopping power for anything that approximates a fast hit into either of these sites. You could get those slow orbs down, be a real nuisance, also block off that catwalk to cubby hit when RRQ get on the attack side.
And when this Fnatic comp, they're starting on attack. When they get the spike down, this comp excels at being able to stop floods coming back in, which is something that you want to, you know, try to do with your Taeho. Not going to be able to do that when you're getting slow orb, hit by thorns. RRQ are going to struggle if Fnatic are able to get that spike down, get into the sites.
They got experience, right? This the last time they played against Fnatic, the chamber, it caught them off guard. They've never seen it before. We've never seen it before, heck. But this is the comp that Paper Rex play in their own region. You got to be pretty happy if you're RRQ.
Yeah.
I mean, they do have the experience against it before, an experience in which they took an L, so maybe they can bounce back and prove that they've learned from that loss against Fnatic.
I'm looking at Jamkin as well. He will have to be able to draw out some of this util for Fnatic. Honestly, on both sides of the map, even if RRQ, if they want to push up for info on that defense side, they've got to be careful. They're going to probably have to use that Taeho util pretty liberally. Stealth drones into mid, try and get a feel for Fnatic's movements safely. And they've got to play ahead of retake scenarios. They do need to play up on these sites. They need to anchor aggressively here and make it so the center util can't lock them out of the game.
Well, what an exciting way to start here. I can't wait to jump into Ascent, and I can't wait to throw it over to your casters, Mitch and Tom.
Well, it's the champs' debut for RRQ, who are back for revenge against the team that ended their run in Toronto. Rosters, well, they look the same, but we've got a new map pool, and with Corona and Abyss already locked in, this is going to be an exciting matchup.
Yeah, I think also just you look at Fnatic going into this map in general, their strengths haven't really been there, and sure, a pretty hefty defeat, struggling on that attack side when playing versus this comp for RRQ, but defensively on this map, they've always been pretty good. So a defense side start for RRQ, this could be a very different story. And you've now lost what is that Alpha Year aggressive entry playing on the chamber and replaced it with a Sage. So I want to see what sort of attack side ideas Fnatic have, because sure, I think this comp will be great on defense. Will it be good on attack?
Defensive ideas from RRQ and the pistol, firing squad in mid, waiting for that spot. A few shots fired, but none landed. Will be Fnatic to make the first move. As RRQ just have to fall back now, play that more defaulty play. Mid a bit more open. And looks like they might even be thinking about going in towards mid. Certainly with the reveal, here's some util following it up, but a lot of this is posturing from the defensive side. They're trying to make a favorable engagement happen, find something when the reveal pops off, but Fnatic are quick to deny it. And again, it's back to covering their bases.
We know Fnatic are renowned for this slow style. It was mentioned by Wire, and I agree that getting into those post plants, they're going to be tough to beat, especially in a pistol round. That wall is going to be devastating, but they are walking into a stack up. 3 players on this side of the map. They're slowed as well by that smoke being into position. Actually, Alfia doesn't look like he's going to use that wall for the post plant at all.
Oh, he's going up into the window as the exec comes through. Kayak already dropped, and here's Alpha Year's opportunity. He's being spotted, still manages to find one. He's pulling them back into this. Opening pick for RRQ, but an immediate response from Fnatic puts them into a 4v2 post plant.
Yeah, this is going to be tough to break back in. That double entry is huge, but Alpha Year still on the wall, has been caught out. Chronicle in a fairly open position, but will just opt to fall back. Utility not really available for that attack, but a singular paranoia for Munya.
Could get them back through. Chronicle's just got his flashback online. There's the shot from Jemkin, though. Crashies, who is desperately low, is down. And it's the two players in Boathouse who have to pull this off. Chronicle, the pistol in hand. It might not be the classic, his signature weapon. Will find the kills nonetheless and put Fnatic 1-0 up.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the players I want to keep an eye on, because even when they were in poorer form, you did start to see Chronicle coming back to that championship level. And we know that if they are going to be a contender in this tournament, he needs to be on. Like, he is that player that I feel like desires to win more than any other. And a solid start for him in the pistol round. Already seeing an idea or two, but I'll be honest, that idea at least I've been seeing since 2020.
Obviously, we had some slower weeks from Chronicle over in EMEA as well, but he certainly found his form towards the end of the season. But that was something Uber was saying. You know, across the board, it's felt like regular season stage 2 has been that little bit of a drop-off for Fnatic. But this is their chance to put their best foot forward in terms of opening matchups in Champions. They've only lost the one. It was their second appearance. Obviously, they beat the ever single champs. It was back against 100 Thieves. Other than that, this team is usually undefeated in the early stages. In this round, they certainly should be getting away with it fairly clean. Two pistols, so a big margin for error, and only classics that they're up against.
Fairly hefty rotation, but they're not actually within the site trying to use the smoke to cross over, but it's something that Fnatic are well aware of, and while blink and you miss it, Chronicle already up to his third kill of the round, just 3 away from finding his ultimate already. And they're also farming up a lot of the orbs onto Althea, but wanting to make sure that that res is going to be available as much as humanly possible. For Crazy Guy, well, you either want to try and do damage or ideally die to the spike. That's not happening.
No, they're trying to buy time for Alpha to come back and grab that kill, but Crashies, his hand was forced in the end. They come in with 2 pistols, they leave with them as well. A flawless round from Fnatic, big money builder early on. You look at RRQ, it's not a round that they should have had much contest in. They very nearly dropped Chronicle. I don't think it's the end of the world, but this next one, this is going to be telling. We need to see them get off to a flying start, do some damage, win the round for sure. As, you know, in terms of the Ascent, the last time these two teams faced, it was pretty convincing in Fnatic's favor.
The other thing as well, I think more Integra, is actually their last match when they played versus Paperex. They had a 1-11 attack. So this defense has to be solid, because whenever they've done even reasonably well on this map, it has been a defensive-sided half that has done it for RRQ. So that'll be the focus. And this is where they now have the weaponry to play with. Chronicle, even after a pretty stellar early start to this game, he's going to be left down to just a Stinger. And Jemkin, well, he's going to be able to escape and have his teammate double up onto Althea. A great start for this round.
Yeah, not bad at all. Exactly what we needed to see. Fnatic being put in their place early on with that advantage that RRQ are bringing to bear. And as you said, with the defensive side expectations we had. Rifles are left, though. 3 of them with an upgrade that's being brought through. Naked from a corpse, they'll move towards this A side, but plenty of numbers here for RRQ. Full utility online towards this side, and 40 seconds on the clock. Time to make a decision, and it looks like they might be making the right read.
The thing is, that was their own thorns. It felt like Crashies wanted to push forward.
30 seconds left.
But his own team's thorns have blocked him out from doing so. Fnatic like to run the clock low, but I wonder if this is just turning into a save. 20 seconds left on the clock, the spike pushing forward, but everybody else still with so much space to take. Boaster down.
15.
And yeah, this has to be a save now, but it still seemed like, at least up until Boaster went down, they were still challenging for this round. RRQ with a chance to keep this one nice and clean. And the only thing is, because it's their first round victory, I don't expect them to hunt too much for these remaining guns.
Yeah, no, it's definitely worthwhile just hanging on to what they've got. Even that one Guardian they've now got left with the upgrade for Crazy Guy. Because he will just carry it forward. Hey, listen, that is a godsend of a round for RRQ. Great early fights, already showing dominance over that mid control, and the patience on display late. That's what Fnatic were trying to force out of them, was a little bit of an overextension. Someone playing too aggro, someone giving the chance for this squad to find a weakness, find a site to push into, but it wasn't given away. The discipline on this play gives us a 2-1 scoreline. The full buy back in for Fnatic, ult's close to being online.
That was just a bonus, so even the couple of guns saved and the little bit extra is going to put them into a good position. Rez already online, so they can now be a little bit riskier. Saying that, the shock dart that's been sent through early from Cushy has done a lot of damage. I imagine the heal has already been administered, so Chronicle will at least be back to 100. Again, ground to a halt. This defensive setup is incredibly passive. They're not trying to give any of those openers on the other side, and because of that, with somewhat a lack of initiation at times, Fnatic are just having to contact into this one.
Straight through the side for utility, they will go. That's the problem, a lot of reactive util in play for RRQ. The salvo coming in from Crazy Guy still has one left to play with. Reveal comes in, the spams can now fire right back through. Very oppressive in terms of the util, the positions that RRQ are playing in as well. It's making it a bit of a headache for Fnatic. And with that extra time bought, rotation through from Jemkin, mid fully secured, and Fnatic are going to go for this late control. Alphair wants to push deep into the spawn. He's got a guy on the rotate, trying to cut it off. He'll grab one. That's the res online, but Crashy's double, and Boaster clearing out the rest of the site. What was a very labored round in terms of the time being bled out of Fnatic's clock has ended up being a huge success for them.
Yeah, no, just their entries into that B site were sublime. 2 players at the back of the site being picked off in rapid succession alongside the rotations being cut off. I was a little bit nervous because you have Alpha with the res, and then he's taking a solo fight alone on the other side of the map, but it's clear that the other players are ones with utility that are actually going to be able to put you into place, so you can't really afford to leave anyone else behind. For Munya, there's not really much of a choice. Just try and hold on to the gun. They managed to keep all 5 players alive in the previous round, so there's definitely going to be a purchase up for RRQ, but it's one where you kind of watch this round and go, it's difficult to say what they could really change because they had their players in the right place at the right time. It just seemed like they lost every single fight.
Well, that's it, right? Obviously, we're on board with Alpha for this cross kill, but it's on the site when Crashies is able to find a double in quick succession. Those players on Boathouse trying to trade out while Boaster lurks in the smoke.
Very good discipline right there. I love to see
They had the rotates. They had Jemkin close by to support the site. They had the smoke to cover their cross in, or so they thought, but weren't expecting Boaster to be there. And well, that's a very early upset for RRQ, but the reality is they still have the money. Jemkin's come in, operator in hand. This is the benefit from having such a clean previous round, but that position from Boaster, it's sneaky. If Jemkin steps back out, if Cushy tries to cross to market, they could be caught off here.
Now has the idea that there's a player in position.
Here.
Jemkin Crash is about to run out, but just at the last second he's able to catch that kill. Boaster not being able to spot the player further, but there will be an immediate retrieval. Wonderful usage of the salvos, though. That would be the pick of Kayak for the second time this round. His KD taking a beating. And so are Fnatic in the early stages. They need a response, and well, Jemkin's operator has just been a game changer.
Spike down
From an almost clean round for Fnatic, it's looking like we might get one in response.
Yeah, I love this from RRQ. The salvos there onto the res, just perfect, and again, highlighting the benefit of having this Teho in. It's a difficult agent to use right now, but we've started to see some teams making that adaptation. And we saw it in the previous round in terms of slowing down the push. Ultimately, when the push came in, they lost all of their fights, but the stoppage ability is huge. The situational, like right there, massive, pushing that player that was rezzed out of position, giving Jemkin every opportunity to pick off players. Like you said, I think that highlight has very much been the operator. So it's not just the utility in play, the weaponry too. The way they're controlling this map, very nice. And I'm curious to see what Fnatic's adaptation will be, because after that previous round victory, they've still got money. They'll be able to invest here. And I think it will just be this back and forth with these clean rounds being traded, if that continues, until we finally see someone's economy being broken.
Well, it feels like we're playing the slowest game of all time right now.
Fnatic attack side on ascent. Yes.
We've also just had like late round saves each time, so it's been like almost a burst of an explosive fight, but even trying to use the heal. And actually, Althea goes down because he's trying to use the heal while running away. Like, that is so unfortunate, but also just wonderfully placed utility for the side of RRQ. They're definitely a squad that seem to be improving day by day, game by game. Showed massive resilience in their victory to get into that top 2. And well, those first few rounds definitely haven't phased them.
Flash, nicely done. Jemkin not able to hit the shot on the jumping Kayak. It will be a 5 versus 4 with the big player of the previous round, the big weapon of the operator down. They try to delay with the salvos, but Kayak's already through. Crashed through the gates on the B site. And he's claimed it for Fnatic. A plant now secured. A 5 versus 3. RRQ, well, we talked about the slow rounds. This was a bit more direct, but we might still get that late round save.
Well, I also think it was Boaster's paranoia that must have just been perfectly placed, because I think that was just an immediate gate crash into the site for Kayak, and it looks almost silly that he's able to get that kill for free. Breaking back into this, though, it was mentioned, it's not going to be easy. You're facing off against that Vice in tandem with Sage, and well, that's before you even talk about some of the individual brilliance currently in the server. This has been a very peculiar game. Both sides winning a lot of their rounds incredibly cleanly. And this time that pace change from Fnatic, more importantly catching out of Jemkin, has turned this completely in the other direction. At least, though, Crazy Guy's going to make it a little bit more costly, but let's be real, it's not going to do too much in terms of the economy.
Yeah, I like what Boaster was doing there. Alpha was a little bit ahead of it, though. Initially, you see him clearing out main, looking for players in the corner, but ends up being at least a dent in that economy. There's your paranoia going through with a full blinded Cypher on the side of xFaro. Not much to say about that. 4-2. But like we said, it's been clean rounds, been a couple of saves at a time. RRQ still able to buy up. We got to be getting close to a record here so far in the tournament for the most back-to-back buy rounds for both teams. I mean, it is ridiculous.
Well, I want to see how good these teams are with the Stinger. That's been the gun of the tournament, I feel, so far, but not in this game. I think we've seen one. That was on Chronicle. Nonetheless, he's now got an operator of his own. Clearly expecting that aggression to come in. Early TP just to try and clear out Switch. The run in. Kayak's already gone down. Smoke going to be thrown back out to try and delay them that a little bit further, but it feels like now Fnatic are a little bit more committed. Boaster has made that move eventually, but is the only one out. They're still just trying to get through this choke point. Stuck by Munya Smoke. Well, getting out of here is going to be difficult. Alfia's got a long wait before that heal's going to be available. In fact, we'll be down to the last 15 seconds of the round if that happens. And obviously for Chronicle with the operator, all he can really hope to do is hold the cross.
There could even be a world here where they're going to group up, swap that op into Alfia's hands. Yeah, there we go. It's the right play. Give him at least a chance to trade bullet for bullet. And they have got the B site wide open. RRQ. They've shown us a lot of patience on the defensive side. This time, it may be their downfall is that they will give the plant away. 12 seconds.
With Dimensional Drift online, though, I'm not worried. Like, you could just throw that in just to confirm this round. I think clearing out all of the risky angles will just make this so much easier. And playing this as a 4 versus 2 retake, I think the gamble would be is if you left it down to a 1v1 on the site. They're not going to allow that to happen. Chronicle, though, this is what I'm talking about. He's going to try and get aggressive, try and be surprising. They already know where he is. That surprise factor is gone.
Alpha, though, still manages to land a shot. They know where Chronicle is. That was the problem. It's down to the low HP player. He's healed himself slightly. He'll survive a shot, but not to the head. Cushy puts him in the ground, and RRQ convert 3-4 now. And Fnatic being wiped out, but guess what? Still got credits.
Yeah, of course they do. All of these rounds have been fairly clean. In fact, this is one of the first ones that hasn't for the side of RRQ, but this is sort of the issue I'm talking about. Like, a lot of the time you're going to see double or in some cases even triple initiator on this map. It allows you to get through those choke points a little bit easier. Some teams that change it up by running a double duelist. Maybe you see the Jet alongside the Yoru so that you can get that little bit of extra space. In Fnatic's round, what they're doing is, well, this one at least, placing the wall down and try and get through the choke, but the choke is the same. You're still going through that gap, and the couple of TPs not working out made it incredibly difficult to get out of that choke point. Even still, 4-3 up on the attack side of this map. Already said defense normally better. And what a Hunter's Fury pop. Chronicles dead to rights. Nice start, in fact. Another tag to be had as well. Not as impactful when they have a Sage, though.
Yeah, not so much. At least it will be the shield stripped away. A small benefit. And look at this. For RRQ, they've been playing so heavy on one side of the map, and it makes sense when it's towards A and your Cypher's left to hold the other side. The last round, they had 5 players on the A site when Fnatic were pushing through. This time, it's 3 towards it. One of Jamkim close enough, and the ultimate set off. This will isolate Kayak inside of main, but there's no one to play on the back of it. That does feel like a little bit of a throwaway from Crazy Guy. The res is still online.
Yeah, I guess the expectation was that maybe somebody was a little bit deeper. They are wary of those salvos. That's what it is. They're using the res here. They're just expecting the salvos to just remove anybody else who's left. Shock dart over the top. Same wall getting ready to go, but they should be aware of this. Gemkim also holding the line into middle. Fnatic starting to fall flat once again. It's only really Althea who's done anything. And well, Kayak now with 14 seconds, 4 players to find. And guess what? RRQ are not going to be peeking. That will be the scoreline equalized for the Pacific number 2. And well, for Fnatic, it feels like feast or famine.
Very much so. I mean, in this round, you see early pick go down, sure, but the great thing about RRQ, like you said, is the fact that they have this composition with the Teho that is now getting into Fnatic's head. You can't pop that res because the ult can come through, and even after the ult's been put in, you're worried about the salvo. Crashies is going out running backwards to take down a camera. xFaro giving the freest fights of his life. This is a time to take a break, a little timeout for Fnatic. Go back to the drawing board because it looks like RRQ are picking up some steam. They've managed to chain 2 rounds together. It's the most that we've seen since the pistol round and the follow-up. Yeah. But I think most importantly is the position that they've now put Fnatic in. With the 7th round being clean for RRQ, I think they took everybody out. The same here. Economy's going to struggle, and we'll see the first reward.
Yeah, I think as well, like it's just the manner in which they're winning them. I think really struggling to deal with Gemkim, currently 9 and 5 at the top of the board. His operator has been tough to deal with, but also just a lot of those utility combos. I think getting out of smokes has been awkward. I think xFaro as well with his Cypher utility has made it tough just to break through these chokes. And if you get caught in any of the chokes, you run into Teo salvos. You run into these reactive pieces of utility. It's put, I think you could tell it's put Fnatic on edge. And sure, 4 rounds on the attack side with the compositions we currently have running, I don't think it's bad at all. I think that I'd still put Fnatic in the driver's seat for now. But if this ends as an 8-4 half, which with how some of these rounds have started to go, I wouldn't be overly surprised. That's a little bit more of a problem. So they want to try and stop that early.
Well, round 9 kicking off. A lot of weaknesses for Fnatic. See if they can turn those into advantages. It's unlikely, and with Jamkin having so much impact so far, since this operator's been picked up, he'll be a big piece of the puzzle to figure out when it comes to next round. Maybe finding some information here will help them out. Slow start, as expected. But leaning towards the B site, which is much more open.
I wonder if this is down to the Steel Garden. One way to level the playing field would be to use that ultimate, remove the weaponry. So if you sit out of the site, fairly easy to step back. It's a slow ult to activate. And then you don't lose any of your weaponry. You can run back in on the retake. And you can see all of this utility being expended, set up to try and make things that little bit more awkward. Well, there's absolutely nobody here.
Yeah, there won't be the Steel Garden used, but instead the gate crash alongside the Paranoia to clear that backside beat. We've already seen the impact from Kayak, but so passive are RRQ. They tried to disrupt the plant. They won't find it. Chronicle lands a double poster on the Frenzy. Hold on. This is looking very winnable for Fnatic all of a sudden. And xFaro falls quickly. Crashy's getting revenge, catches him looking the other way from the stairs. for the MasterCard Thrifty. I really thought this was going to be RRQ taking the lead, Tom.
Yeah, the one thing I was nervous about was once Fnatic actually took the site, I was like, okay, now that Steel Garden is actually really impactful. It was completely meaningless. It just Chronicle hitting a lovely couple of shots, and then I think he even tags up the next player, which the spam, helps out Boaster. So I spoke about the potential of championship form Chronicle. This was around that, well, as you can see, he's going to be very, very happy with. And what was it? What they thought was a setup ends up not working out. 5-4. Fnatic take the lead once again. But the operator is still in play for Jemkin. He's been able to sort of dominate whenever he's in the right place at the right time. But for a lot of this map, it's figuring that out because of how slow Fnatic have been.
So in the previous round, obviously playing off B site, playing a little heavier towards that right side of the map, you're in a position to try to step out of a Steel Garden towards that A site, fight in afterwards. The hope is from RRQ, even if that ult is used. Actually, you probably want the ult to be used. Now it's online for this round.
Yep.
Rez is there. Hunter's Fury. Fnatic have so much to work with. For RRQ.
But here it is.
One round down. They're on the B site this time, completely trapped in. This is a problem. Cushy. He's going to have a swarm of locusts descending upon him. But his weapon is back up. The flash catches, but Cushy, good for one, good for two. Against all odds on the backside. He was caught by the Steel Garden. But he's the one drawing blood till Chronicle again delivers a double.
Chronicle has been impressive. Jemkin rifle retrieved. Crashies has that Hunter's Fury, but using it might be difficult. Nice shock dart, but even still a couple. Looked like they could have gone the other way, but Chronicle still stands tall. The rounds that they've been winning the last couple have mostly come off the back of him. The Sentinel now overtakes Jemkin. He's 11-3 right now, and really overshadows the job that was done by Cushy. The fact is, he was left as sort of the anchor so that they couldn't do that again. He did phenomenal work. 2 kills from the backside, but making it through that smoke, similarly to what Fnatic was struggling with, also seemed like a death sentence.
It's just got to be great to have Chronicle on your team, man. Like we said, he had maybe 2 weeks, maybe 3 at a stretch where he was a bit more quiet. Started out 5-0 here, now 11-3. That op from Jemkin on the other side has slowed down. A timeout from RRQ as they start to feel the pressure. This was a game of back and forth buy rounds, slow approaches, and big saves. And now, RRQ are the ones that will have to taste the eco as they come into the next. The force by looking very unlikely. We'll see their economy when we get back in the game, but it should be in the bin. With a 2-round lead already, facing into an eco, this could be the advantage at the halftime locked in. And despite how close this was, Fnatic winning the pistol and having momentum towards the end, they could undo all the rights of that early half and end up at double the scoreline of their opposition.
Yeah, I think 6 rounds is already a very good position for Fnatic to be in. Everything points to RRQ having their struggles on the attack side of this map, and well, at 4-4 after losing the pistol, we're talking about potentially turning into a grey half now. Well, they'd have to win themselves this eco round to even have a chance of leveling things up.
Stranger things have happened. It's a good flash to start. The drone's got all the info. They know about the danger up close. Fnatic won't go running brazenly into that, but Cushy's trying to take advantage of the gap. He's being spotted though. Boaster about to set up a smoke. Oh, nice. He looked a little asleep at the start. Not expecting one yet around that corner, but Chronicle, reliable, takes the pick. Jemkin super low as well, and yeah, the wall is tripped on B, but Fnatic have already put their eggs in this basket. The A site being taken. Next Pharaoh, tagged low. And a jump around from Kayak will catch him off. There is damage done on the other side though. Kayak is relatively low. They've managed to draw blood onto Boaster. RQ could make this costly, but I don't know how much impact that's realistically going to have. They needed the round win.
This stage as well. Damage really doesn't mean anything. So many credits for Fnatic to buy back in with, and a 7-round attack side half. That was something they'd be happy with their old composition, with the chamber in the mix. I think now that they've added in the Sage, this is looking incredibly dangerous for RRQ, of course. Looking forward in the series, I do think that the map pool should get better for them. They're comfortable on Corrode. They've kicked into Abyss, which, I'll be honest, historically wasn't good for either of these sides, but hey, that's their choice. Ascent, over the last few months, they've been 1-6, so I think expectations were relatively low, but this is starting to look very rough indeed.
Oh, Jemkin, there we go. The return of the op, and of course it's Chronicle that he finds. A massive scalp to tank early on. Player who has bailed Fnatic out of a lot of bad situations. The 7-5 half up for grabs. Up against the team that sent RRQ out of Toronto, the grudge match. Jemkin's going back out for more. Same spot as before. Of course, he's got teammates covering deep into mid, so he doesn't have to worry about his left side. He's covering this cross. And eventually that fight is going to be forced out. Crashies, but it's more importantly Alfie are with the spot. He's got two! Alpha walls up, pops the res, uses it as a bait for another, but xFaroe delivers. And a 2 versus 2 spawns from this. With the ult from Boaster, the spike will be reclaimed, but look at Munyet.
Giving his position away. Clearly aware of the potential paranoia to re-swing, but he's not won the fight. And now xFaroe left on just 20 HP. This will be a tough one to win, but it will come down to the timing. If he can find a gap, find some space, maybe there's an opportunity down to just 10. Facing off, but he has managed it with barely any HP left. That is absurd.
A miracle play from xFaroe. Isolating each fight, taking them down and putting 5 on the board for RRQ. A damn sight better than it could have been as we go into the halftime. They are trailing by 2. I love the slowdown. The slow-mo on the voice lines, but that looked like it was done.
One enemy
a big
remaining.
swing from Alpha. He was on fire, but xFaroe extinguished hope for Fnatic in this round.
At least a little bit of semblance of hope after what was a round that was definitely looking like it would turn into an 8-4 half. Nonetheless, it was still a good half for Fnatic, so let's go down with Lou, who's talking to Boaster's parents.
La réunion de famille continue avec les parents de Boaster. Boaster parents just joined me, Suzanne and Gary. First of all, welcome to Paris. And the first question I wanted to ask you, Gary, is that we know that your son has been, handling the IGL captain responsibilities for a long while now. So do you feel like he always had that extroverted, fiber in him?
Well, it's difficult to say, really. Obviously, he just took over the gaming and went away playing games in London. So yeah, I think that's where he wanted to go.
Yeah, he was enjoying himself since the very beginning indeed. Donc on le sait, Boaster c'est l'IGL, le capitaine, il a des responsabilités depuis le début. Est-ce qu'il a toujours été comme ça, un peu extraverti? Bah oui, depuis le début, il était à fond dans les jeux, il partait à Londres pour jouer, etc., pour profiter. Donc je suis sûre qu'il avait ça en lui depuis le début. And my question now, Suzanne, is for you, because your son is not only a captain, he's also a content demon, especially a dancer. So what do we think about his dancing skills? Where did he get them from, actually? Is it from you?
He's always loved dancing. He belong to a local musical theatre school, and his favourite was the dancing. Ballet, anything. And of course now the K-pop. He loved everything. Any dance.
Any dance he can do, indeed. K-pop, ballet, that's insane. Donc on parle aussi des skills de danse de Boaster, évidemment. Il est trop fort, il peut faire de la K-pop, etc. D'où est-ce qu'il tire ça? Eh ben, il est à l'école, d'une école de théâtre. Il adorait la danse, donc forcément il est à l'aise pour la K-pop, le ballet. Il sait tout faire. And let's see now if Natty can take the win on this map.
I love the fact that we have just shown clips of Boaster twerking to his parents. I'm sure they must look up on the big screen and go, yep, Yep, that's always tough for the community.
Getting into your Coinbase econ report now before the next half, and Chronicle has to be the highlight. He started out 5-0, ended the half 13-4. The man was hard to shut down, Tom.
Yeah, he wasn't really dying at all throughout. Like, it made it just so difficult. The finances of Fnatic became so good all the way through, and it was him and Alpha that I feel like really put up the majority of their rounds. Of course, going into the defensive side, you kind of expect more of the same. Maybe with a little bit more from Kayak. He's been a bit quiet so far, but obviously we say a lot with this attack side. It's very difficult getting into those sites, and that's where I wonder if Jemkin's going to be able to have the same level of impact. Like, can he now be as good on the entry as he was on the defense? Because it is much, much harder.
Oh, Fnatic! They're giving them a taste of their own medicine! It's the stack up on mid, 3 instead of RRQ's 4. But they have found 2 picks and left xFaroe down to 5, a much more successful start. And one of the things I wanted to highlight, Tom, is the man we're on board with right now, Munyet. He has had a tough first half, and a man we have high expectations for. I don't think Fnatic will get to see this side of Munyet for much longer, but for now, certainly a lot more to be desired. And with this pistol, if Fnatic win this, that's both pistols under their belt, which ultimately, in a 7-5 half, the pistol was what made the difference.
Yeah. I think it'd be a bit more damning. What?
All right.
Okay, that's going to help them out a little bit. A full blind shot for one of their players. Munyet's found another. You mentioned him, and he's come alive. And it's starting to get a little bit dangerous. A fight that could change it, but it's the jumping. He's known for his dancing, but he'll stand up as well. It's Boaster to close things out in the pistol round. And as you said, that extra little boost could make all the difference in their map choice.
Oh, RRQ getting a little taste of the UAE chant that we know from the EMEA arena. It's a wild idea as well to do exactly what your opponents put into play. And we've seen this from Fnatic before.
I'm a gardener. I got flowers and shit.
Okay. I'll be honest with you, I don't know what that means, but hell yeah, garden away. Fnatic 8-5. Strong lead, and they're up against Classics. For RRQ, farming those orbs early in the name of the game. You can see the crazy guys containing that A orb while his teammates take it on B, but Kayak's pushed up on mid. Gate crash fading. I don't think he'll stick around too much longer, and indeed, he's already out.
A little bit of a ruse sold on the other side with the salvos. Of course, you can see the direction that they fly from, so doing it from the right side of the map is important. Already being tripped, and that's going to buy that additional little bit of extra time, but they are swarming in. A lot of pressure. Put on was that a triple wallbang? Did he just collect 2 of them with 1, or was that the second shot? Because it looked like it could have been all of them.
It looked like it was 1 bullet, 3 kills. Maybe we'll get a slow-mo on that.
I'm going to need that slowed as much as humanly possible, but that does mean there's an opportunity for the ace, and Crazy Guy does not want to give it to him. This man was confident enough as it is. His 17th kill already. Crazy Guy. He's trying to go around the world. It seems like Kayak, he is baiting. What a wonderful teammate that this guy is. In fact, they're all trying to give the opportunity for this man to get the ace, and he will get it. Chronicle, the first ace for Fnatic in the tournament. And one that, I'm going to need it slow. I still don't know.
Hold on. Here we go. That was one shot. One shot, 3 kills. That's unbelievable from Chronicle. And that's what you like to see from a team. Patatech should take some notes.
I do feel incredibly bad for them, though, because it's like you're swarming one player, 3 of you all line up at once. That's about as cursed as it gets, but obviously it was only an eco. This is when we need to see a change for RRQ. Kayak, he wasn't spotted in the last round, so he's going to go for the same play. Likely that he may not find anything again. xFaroe just jiggling.
He's going to go out. The gate crash is going to be used. Surely it's running out of time. There we go. He's back out, but Crashy's out of the round. He's taken down in market, and RRQ used that knowing that rotations will come through. Now they look to pressure towards mid. This is the right read. Fnatic are offering up a fight, and if the numbers from the attack go that way, they could have had a duel. Very heavily favored to themselves. In fact, they still might. Boaster's going to be walled up here. It's an audacious play, but he goes jumping on top of the box. And xFaroe in with the early punish, a 3 versus 5 now.
I don't mind the idea, but the additional jump made it difficult. Chronicle on the other side, they're going to have at least a little bit of worries about that Guardian after the last round. Alpha yet, he's being watched. Well played by Munya, making sure that lurk can't come in from behind. And while it needs to be a 1v5, it is not going to happen. A solid round from the side of RRQ, patient in their attack. But as we know, with how clean the last couple have been, there's another buy coming.
Well, it's already a margin better than the last time these two teams faced. It was Fnatic taking it 13-5, with RRQ hitting 6, but they're facing into a full buy now. Like you said, this is a different flavor, perhaps, from Fnatic. 18-5 on Chronicle. He had a lights-out start to the map, but there has just been next to no stopping him. But in round 16, it'll be a slow, methodical start from RRQ. Pressure towards the A site, but the spike still sat outside B. The salvos sent through to clear wine. It's all about just pushing Fnatic back, limiting how much info, how much control they have to play with.
Kate.
Already having to bait out some of that early utility. Wall being used over into A main. This could be a big part of the game for RRQ with how much is online. Kayak, again, going walkabouts. The reveal will let him know that there's a couple of players to his right, but that's not who he's looking for. He's expecting some form of reaction. Looking as though we haven't really seen RRQ caught by any of this. Each time they've been patient. But now with 40 seconds left on the clock, bear in mind that the Vice wall has also been moved into middle, so they have a lot of information on that part of the map. The push, though, not going that way.
The drone already put through on A, alarm bells ringing. Fnatic know the hit's coming in with that paranoia having landed. Kayak doesn't find much. A quieter performance continues. We look for another hero on this site. Alfier grabs some info, but swings into heavy traffic. Boaster isolated. They'll be taken down after one. Chronicle and Crashies. Okay, that shock dart makes it doable. I was already thinking perhaps the save call, but now they can go for this. I'm a crazy guy taking a fight alone. He's giving them a real chance. xFaroe so desperately low. They'll play this together with a flash still in play for Chronicle. That's a good way to burst them out into this site. If xFaroe doesn't break this one yet, be blinded up. It's going down below. Oh, it's going up top. Okay, they're clearing it. Now looking to fight together with the reveal. They've seen one, they've seen the other, but xFaroe lands the shot. And it's all onto Crashies. The drop down should be deadly. A double swing, but xFaroe gets ahead of the play. Crashies running out of time, but he'll catch Munya as the spike ticks away. Fnatic, it's close, but I think they've got it. Double digits on the board, and you have to look at RRQ there. xFaroe, that was a mistake.
Yeah, he was so good for the first fight. That gets the timing perfect on the swing, but I think maybe just a little bit of miscommunication. This shock dart was huge, because as you said, this was going into a 2 versus 4. Instead, it ends up with one immediately taken out, and then the aggressive position of Crazy Guy. That is just a poor post plant. Like, I can forgive the guy planting the spike. You don't know that's coming. But from then onwards, you have one guy super aggressive, then you get it into the 2v1, and from that point onwards, you just need to wait for the drop.
That's a shame, and RRQ as well, with the margin of error that they had in terms of economy. This has pushed them to the limit. This could give Fnatic a little bit of momentum to carry it across the line, to at least push up to 12. A win here. I mean, put it this way, RRQ put a lot more pressure on themselves for this round. What could have been their redemption arc. At 9-7, the scoreline closing in, the walls closing on Fnatic. It's looking like a sprint to the finish line for the defense.
One good thing is that RRQ have a lot of potential to pad the gap with ults. Hunter's Fury 1 away. The drone's crossing path, but not really finding out too much, and the pistol shots will be heard, but again, it's just trying to bait that wall being broken. As they now look to try and move back to the other side of the map, but this definitely has its risks about it. Fnatic haven't moved. They'll catch the first, and actually that's wonderful from Cushy. 2 players down, Kayak trying to rotate into position. He's hoping someone peeks off it, but they don't. Another control being taken. Fnatic can't afford to fight this. Their economy was already on the brink after that last round. They're just going to have to hold on to their guns.
Well, especially, I'm looking at that A-side take that RRQ were posturing for at the very start of the round, and I'm thinking, well, this is actually disastrous. If they run the same play, not only will individuals be a little bit more ready for that, but if the play goes even if it goes a little bit better for RRQ, the retake with Chronicle and Crashies both now having ults, it's a completely different game. It's so much stronger, especially the Steel Garden. It would have to be convincing in that A push, and instead they decide to go back to the B site. They decide to push into the players who have those ultimates, into the heavier defense setup. Especially looking at Chronicle just as an individual and then with his utility. But the fact that Cushy finds not one but both of them, complete game changer. That's a course correction on what was a disastrous previous round. 10-7. 3 players save on Fnatic though. They'll be able to fight for this next one.
Yeah, no, they needed all of those guns. With only Crashy surviving in the last round, he's the only one that has any hope for some bonus cash. And even still, it calls into question if they actually want to go for this. It's not the best of purchases if they do. They may opt to just play with the weaker guns that they have, and especially now with a Dimensional Drift Hunter's Fury combo coming in for RRQ, I'd almost say it's not worth the risk.
Love this as well. Boaster's giving the rifle over to Chronicle. He'll play with the Frenzy. That's a team player right there. When Chronicle's having a game like he is, you better be giving him the rifle. Not sure about peeking short with the Frenzy, but it's all for info. The fall back. Very early use of the drone as well from Crazy Guy. They're looking to really claim this space towards middle, but Fnatic are responding. They've started to push down through B main, take some deep control of their own. It's not. Oh, it is being watched, actually. It's Crazy Guy just posted on the angle alongside the trip.
It's the amount of delay that they currently have on that A site. The Thorns have been placed all the way along. Chronicle for a lot of the rounds has been on this B site, so they'll now deep wall, which again will give them information if it's shot to break, and if it's not, they'll know that position is clear, and instead they set up a firing squad around the shear. But this is what I've enjoyed from RRQ. They've been methodical at slowly breaking their way through this utility. Information will be had that there's 2 players around this position. Steel Garden thrown in to try and remove that weaponry, but Jemkin may be already doing enough. 30 seconds left on the clock, and
30 seconds.
Oh, there's nobody here anymore, at least with the weaponry. And this hold into mid, it could be a problem. That's a spike down.
Mid.
They need to run back into the hands of Chronicle. He's waiting, but he can't quite win the fight. Jemkin once again with another massive round individually. And for a second that looked like that could get chaotic, but it didn't even seem like a problem in the end.
Well, it definitely could have. I mean, you look at the TP from Munyet, the fact that he goes from the shadows, the fact that Jemkin's able to make his way all the way onto that side through market to spot those players in the first place. Those are the guys who would be running down mid to pressure these attackers who've just lost their weapons. But instead, it ends up countering that Steel Guard. Hunter's Fury thrown through as well. I don't think it found its mark, but again, it's all about just pushing those players out of position. Lack of comfort. 2 rounds ahead now are Fnatic as they call a timeout. RRQ starting to heat up, starting to catch up with 2 rounds in a row. And the way that the economy's been, I mean, it's still looking pretty shaky for Fnatic. They're not on the same page fiscally. You could very well see RRQ push up to double digits soon. It's the right moment to take a timeout.
Yeah, I think as well, just like, I think that RRQ have been very, very quick to sort of adapt to everything that's going on. Like, they know that the big problem for them will be if they run late into a round and there's the Thorns online, if the Sheer is still there, if the Sage Wall is available, and each time you're watching them methodically through the round, okay, we're going to figure out where each piece of the puzzle is, and then we're going to execute with 35, 40 seconds left. Like, they still leave themselves enough time, but by that point, all of the things that make it very awkward for them are gone, because Fnatic have had to react in case they're going to go diving into the site. And you even see, I think the main one there was the getting rid of the Thorns on shore and then having that Sheer removed. The second that was gone, their execution just picked up pace massively.
Well, the barriers are going up once again. Timeout finished. And we've seen this trip a few times. It was in the previous round, and actually Crazy Guy was holding, letting them take the space, and looking to punish them as they tried to walk around the trip, or walk deeper into the trip. And it's all just to deny that early shock dart that's been put through, and of course, Fnatic for now have no way to know that that info is online late round. It's given RRQ a lot more to play with. The wall going to be used, but broken so quickly. They know there's numbers here, but RRQ have been doing a lot of posturing.
But yeah, look, that's Paranoia and Sage Wall gone within the first 40 seconds of the round. They're not going to mind that at all.
No, they're very successful in terms of baiting out their opponent's utility and not overcommitting either. Sometimes you see that work out well half of the time, and the other half you're losing a player or two in overcommitments. That doesn't seem to be the case for RRQ.
No.
Very contained when they're baiting out that util early round.
No, I think they've genuinely been fantastic. Not overdoing it, not taking too many risks. They're now going to go back to the exact position that they sort of baited out before, the slows. Will delay them at least a little bit. And there are quite a few players here for Fnatic. Weaponry, at least on Boast, are definitely not ideal. But again, this is just posturing. They now head back towards Kayak. Now, he's been having a rough game. They could definitely use him helping them out. And with the Hunter's Fury in combination, that creates a distraction. That's the spike on the deck. 15 seconds left. This one's looking a little bit more rushed. They need to get a move on. And Alpha and Chronicle at the back of this site. All they need to do is hold the line at least a few seconds. And in fact, they've already got the Thorns to do that job for them. Fnatic find their form. And of course, once more, it's at the hands of Chronicle.
Yeah, I like the start of the round from RRQ, getting towards short, baiting all of that, but the problem is when they rotate back, having drained the utility belts of their opponents, Fnatic have 3 players close by who immediately hear that. The rotates are instant, they get towards that site, and then you're playing a slow, first of all, 2 points. First of all, you're playing a slow round against Fnatic. They know how to play against slow rounds. They play a lot of them. But secondly, you're running with 15 seconds left into a Vice setup, and that Vice setup belongs to Chronicle.
I think
you're crazy.
I also want to say as well, I want to give credit to Crashies. I think the timing of that Hunter's Fury, I think without it, they probably clear Kayak much quicker, and then maybe you have an extra 15 seconds on the clock to get into the site rather than 8.
Yeah, which also comes back to they heard the steps rotating away. Kayak needs to get out of there, and he does quite quickly. Yeah, it was a little too telegraphed from RRQ. 11-8. Margin for error thinning, and already the economy on the rocks, but Crazy Guy comes in with a big ult online, especially on the attack side.
There's a lot of angles that can be cleared by this, a lot of cheeky spots that can be denied. But this is both teams with their economy on the brink. This could be a chance for RRQ to equalize, or it could be the end of the map. Kayak again, not quite connecting, got to go forward. Position being created, awkward, and the openers for RRQ are fantastic. Nobody really here to try and deny them anymore. His spams from Crashies are hopeful at best, especially with them knowing his exact position. And it now comes down to the same decision for Fnatic. Do you risk this?
Oh, I love this from Jamkin, 10 HP in a heads-up duel. He's not going to do very well, so he decides to play that very late wraparound. That should seal the deal. And even if Fnatic decide to go back and save these weapons, he will be waiting. Alpha down, Boaster follows, and Crashies inside the smoke. It's soon to fade. I don't think he's got a great chance of holding on to this weapon. And he won't do any damage. It's a flawless round for RRQ. The climb back, just 2 rounds behind again, but these teams have been keeping a healthy buffer between them. If that continues, Fnatic will hit 13 pretty soon. We need to see RRQ continue this form.
Yeah, Crazy Guy's utility in this round just made that B-site hold so awkward. It forced a really aggressive fight. from Kayak. And I'll be honest, in terms of what we've seen in EMEA, this isn't comparable. Like, he is having a really rough time on the stage at the moment. He's been caught up by Monyet, but this is a player we expect to have large amounts of impact. Speaking of another, though, that's a nice shot from Alpha here. It removes that lurking player of Xfero. Maybe gives them a little bit of extra space. The problem, though, is Crashy's has already gone down in response, and the salvo will deny any aggression.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about pistols for most players. Kayak's in a good spot. Monyet crosses over, but he's now seeing Chronicle, and Kayak lands the headshot. An outlaw and a rifle picked up an advantage in manpower. A res online for Alpha. An ult for info if Boaster wants to use it.
Here.
But Kayak's already got plenty to work with. This is now winnable for the defensive side, and RRQ need to tighten up the ship. They also need a pick, and that's what Jemkin gives them. Cushy following up as well. Now a 2v2, but the res will be used. Fnatic not looking to let this round slip just yet. The flash pops, and I love the thorns to the back, but they don't get activated, and Cushy continues to deliver on the backside. Boaster landing one, leaves Cushy alone, but it's a 1v1, and with Boaster so desperately low, and the clock draining, it's Cushy to find all 5. RRQ just one behind.
He has been so impressive throughout this map so far. There's been rounds that have gone late where you see him run in and get a double, but this was all him. Sure, maybe there were 6 kills to be had in the round because of the res, but I don't think anybody on the RRQ side of things is going to be too worried about that one. A solid hold to end it out, moving him up to 19 on the board, overtaking Jemkin. But this is where Fnatic now have themselves a bye. The last round was a lot of missing pieces, but a big opportunity.
Who's next?
Now is where they need to recover, because RRQ have been building into this attack side.
Oh, here we go. Jemkin finding the info. Cushy finding the tags and finding the IGL of Fnatic. He will lead from the death screen, but Chronicle able to trade things back, removing this extra smokes in the late round. That's going to be quite the blow. It looks like Fnatic want to get ahead of this. They've got 3 players in heaven, but a flash primed and ready. They're thinking about getting aggressive as the Rose Garden goes through. In comes Kayak. He's found one. A wall bang onto Crazy Guy, but Jemkin, he's keeping this, well, at least under control for a moment, even with the pistol in play. Late round for Xfero's going to be all that it comes down to, but he's got to swing into a plant position that he just cannot deny the defuse from. 12 to 10, Fnatic, they edge out this round, and they've got 2 chances to take the map.
Yeah, it does feel like every single time there's a moment that it looks like RRQ are going to get back into this. Fnatic just find an extra level, an extra little bit of form, and started with another big kill from Chronicle, but it is just the swarm of the site, not allowing them to get into those post plants.
Hello, hello, where are you, bro? Hello, bro. Where are you, bro? Are you Turkish police, bro?
2 rounds left for RRQ to hit an OT. Manageable with the economy that they've got to play with.
It feels like they deserve it. Like, considering they've lost both pistols in this game, it's been a fight back every single time. Kayak is going to get himself into the corner.
Okay, Crash.
Is this something that's checked? It is, and while Jemkin has been winning that fight time and time again, his sight hold, though, has been devastating. They're walking into Chronicle's domain, and thus far this game he's been dominant.
Yeah, Chronicle has been the difference maker. Crashies has been pretty reliable. The utilities keeping them out of Boathouse for now. But the push comes to a slow for RRQ. The spike retrieved. They haven't set their sights on it just yet. The run through the smoke successful for Xfero. With Chronicle already gone, Boaster and Alpha have a difficult decision. Going for this. And, oh, well, it's no longer a decision. No debate. Jemkin's down, and it's Xfero and Monyet against Boaster and Alpha.
They've got a real opportunity. Back into the 2 versus 2. Maybe expectations that there'll be somebody within this smoke already. Alfia not really willing to risk it, but eventually jumps through, but doesn't realize maybe there's somebody on the other side. They will now, and even going to trade it out. The TP used as bait. Monya to try and keep them in the map, and he cannot do it. Alfia standing once again. A third kill in the round, and well, eventually Fnatic, they got the job done.
It's a nail-biter of a map, but Fnatic take it 13-10. Revenge denied for RRQ. But up next, the shakeup in the map pool with Abyss and Corrode. It's all to play for after the break.
I knew this interview was gonna come. Mika here with Milan. Hello, from up there, all the way up there. This actually won't work. I need a wall boost of my own, not by Alpha here, but please, can you give me some assistance? Thank you so much. Hi! Hello, Milan. Anyway, I wanted to ask you about that stage pick, especially since we know the team has been experimenting a lot with who gets to play the stage round this entire year. So what was the thinking behind it, especially for this map?
I think it was mostly comfortability. Like, we didn't have a whole lot of time to turn things around. Kron's played so much Vice, so just shoving Alpha
Stuck
on, like,
in
this
generic
battle stage
templates,
style worked.
frustrated
he can wall boost
with
himself,
formatting,
he can shoot, he can slow fight.
great free design, smarter with Popeye.
Yeah, it's just a comfortability
तो
thing.
क्या
more than
अच्छा
anything.
सत श्री अकाल, मैं हूं नियॉन मैन एंड गाइस आज हम लोग बात करने वाले हैं इंडिया वर्सेस पाकिस्तान मैच के बारे में। तो गाइस इंडिया कल पाकिस्तान को डोमिनेट करके मैच में तो हरा ही दिया, इट वाज एन एम्बैरेसिंग डिफीट, बट खाली यही है
I thought that, Jemkin was doing pretty well over the course of that game. Good mid-control on defense. There were some cheeky little set plays that Fnatic tried to do. Like we saw Boaster TPing top box and top of mid and having the gate-crashing Oro come in. They were able to unravel that. And Kayak, conversely, was being shut down a lot, especially by Jemkin in the head-to-head. 7-2 favoring Jemkin.
Also, for Jemkin, the AWPing was really solid, and we're going to another map where AWPing is crucial. The sightlines on this map are stupid long, obviously. The map is massive, so he can farm if he gets that up on defense, even on attack as well.
I do wonder what Fnatic are going to do, because this is a rare map that Alpha gets to play Jet. We're going to get a Waylay, and I mean, it's not going to be a Waylay Yoru, because it's Kayak that plays the Yoru normally.
And this is what Fnatic, they, you know, obviously Waylay wasn't in the game yet, but back when they were playing Abyss before, they loved running Breach on it still, the double initiator. They love playing the Astra on it. I mean, Boaster loves his Astra in general, and they're going up against just the most default of default comps you could possibly see.
I mean, this is where it helps RRQ a little bit, right? We talk about comfortability. This is the peak comfortability.
I gotta be honest, I'm surprised Fnatic are sticking to a Breach on this map.
They haven't
right
locked it
now.
in yet. They haven't locked it in
yeah,
yet.
they haven't locked it. Maybe I'm being baited. I'll wait another 10 seconds or so.
I think
am I being baited?
We have to, I think, double down on this Waylay, because this is not something we see from Fnatic. This is brand new for them.
I mean, I don't know what Crashies is kind of play. Yeah, we're actually getting trolled. That's crazy. Yeah, G2 did this to us plenty as well. Okay, but let's talk about what we do know. RRQ, obviously, standard comp's good for a good reason. They got really great, like, re-clears off of our drone, of course. KO, good for those fast hits as Crashies locking this over. So it will be the Breach Waylay look here for Fnatic.
And a lot of pressure on Kayak to come right back to life after a slow start on map 1 and a lot of first deaths. He's going to be getting a lot of supportive utility pumped into him on this attack side when he's going to be using that light speed to double dash in. He is going to be critical in turning his game around for Fnatic to win on a map where historically they don't win very often.
Almost never.
Yeah.
I am surprised that Alpha doesn't get to play that Jet. You would think with the form that he's on and how well he's been fragging out, that the double dive could work for them here, but I'm not going to be mad about a Waylay debut on the side of Kayak. Mitch and Tom, what did you make of this one?
Well, I've been convinced by the Waylay, I'll tell you that. I think in terms of what RRQ are bringing, we've already seen how this can be punished, I suppose, here on the map of Abyss. I'm curious to see Jemkin, and if he has the same struggles that we've seen before for Team Liquid when it came to that attack side, in terms of taking that space and then doing something with it.
The only thing I'm sad about is the bit I liked about the previous Waylay we saw was that there was a Yoru to go with it. Like, there was always a 1-2 punch. Like, this is a solo Waylay, and actually running the comp in the past, Alfia was actually running the Jet. So it was like you had that double duelist that I think worked wonderfully for Fnatic on that attack side. And obviously there's benefits of having the other util, but
I must wait a moment.
I don't know. I kind of wanted to see the double duelist flare come out of Fnatic with that Waylay in play. We'll see what ideas they have, at least for now. Kayak going walkabouts.
That's exactly it. Straight down through mid. Fnatic starting out confidently. They're going to be greeted by Xfero, who's been there to punish them a couple of times on the previous map. That stun doesn't actually catch him. It's Jemkin to find a pick, but it's traded back by 2 and slowed down in the re-aggression through mid. RRQ, by the time they get through that choke, get a
the timing
onto the stairs. I thought Fnatic would be safely out of there, but yeah, Kayak has been caught back to a 3v3.
She's just holding the angle, but doesn't manage to land. Pistol definitely not done yet. Bear in mind, Fnatic have won both of them so far, and that was seemingly the difference maker in terms of the rounds in the last map. All 3 players of RRQ grouping up outside this B site, and after a little peek in that direction, it feels like Fnatic have got completely the wrong read. This is going to be a free plant, and they're going to be as far away as humanly possible. Left. I don't know what information they had that this was going to be an A hit, but whatever it was, it has baited them completely.
RRQ have also done a great job of keeping their utility here. Munyet not burning up a Paranoia. Taking this as a contact play now gives them a lot more to work with when it comes to this post plant. I'm curious to see whether this was going to be used in an aggressive way with the position of Jemkin to try to paranoia him through when they hear these steps of the retake, but instead they're playing back on the side.
They got both of the shock darts and the recon as well, so there's a lot available for them.
This paranoia line
to try and have their sweaty little lineups. There's the paranoia just to kind of keep Jemkin safe in the corner. It does mean they know he's there. Crashy's able to clear already. Potential, but it's just going to be the firefights for Crazy Guy, but it's worked out. One found already within the Smoker's Chronicle. He's trying to continue from before, and immediately it's going to land himself another shot. It's whether or not he has enough time. He does not. It was incredibly close for another Chronicle miracle. But instead, It will be RRQ taking the round.
And we know how good he is with the Classic. We saw the Ghost in the last map, and now the Sheriff here, but 0.31 of a second stands between them and success. And this, as you said, was the difference maker. When you look back in the previous map, they won. Fnatic won by 3 rounds, and they got a 4-0 start in terms of those pistols and follow-ups. It makes all the difference. Maybe it will here for RRQ as well. This is, you know, you look at Ascent last time, that was what sent them out of Toronto. They were 13-5 on it up against Fnatic. But now this one, we're going into unknown territory in terms of these two, Abyss and Corrode head-to-head. But I am curious to see in the rifle rounds how this comp is going to play out, because like I said, there was a lot of punish for the role that Jemkin is playing.
Oh dear.
Can see the tweets already.
All 5 players going down. They gambled on one side of the map. They got the side of the map wrong. They don't want to give the orbs over on the rotation either. So economically, not bad for RRQ. They get to keep all their guns, but they don't gain any of the orbs for it. That will put them 2-0 in the lead though. And with 4 rifles onto the board, there's even an argument for buying up a 5th one, but they'll keep themselves the Marshal. Set up very early in towards this B site. It seems to be their favored of the 2 thus far. We'll see if that continues throughout the map.
Stunned how there's no way Kayak's getting super aggressive here on the back of it. No, they will just sit and wait, but here comes a dive from Jemkin. Kayak with the immediate punish, he gets out. Has his refract to go back, but doubtful that's going to be used. They've made it now into a 5v4, denying the plant. Oh no, it's not. It's on the other side of the box, pardon me. Cushy's able to get the plant down nice and open.
Yeah, I guess they didn't expect just for him to plant almost in front of them. It's a bit of a gamble with this many players there, but it sets them up nicely into the post plant. All 5 players from Fnatic, and still a decent amount of utility. Recon already being sent out to try and clear some of that backline, but in fact it's a much deeper post plant. The spams is the aim of the game. A 1-for-1 trade, but bear in mind what they lost it on last time. It was the time, it was the clock that went against Fnatic. Already you see the fragment into position. At times starting to tick down once again, and they're only just getting onto it. The shock dart, it's going to go through, but it's missed. I don't think it's quite as close this time around. They will be able to get it done. Fnatic have a round, but if that shot was a little deeper, they did not.
Just an inch to the right, and that's a completely different game. Yeah, that's unfortunate for RRQ, but they make that one crazy competitive after losing opening pick and then pushing into the site in a 5v4. Numbers against them. And they managed to run that clock way down, that flash popping just a millisecond too late. I guess they weren't expecting Crashies to have pushed up quite that aggressively. Now, 2-1, but the damage done in that previous. It's eating away at a few of the credits. A full buy for RRQ though, nonetheless. And a slow defaulty approach from them.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Look how passive they are on B. They've not taken any of that early control, so even the aggression that's come out from Kayak is not really going to tell them too much. Shock darts even being put through or being taken. Like the ruse is that, okay, if our Sova's on this side of the map, likelihood is that's where the push will be going. It does make me a little bit nervous that, at least for the moment, he was there alone with the spike. But the drone re-clearing, oh, this is wonderful. They've sold a double fake. They've moved back so that then when the drone goes through, of course, Fnatic are going to rotate another player back to the other side of the map. Still having 2 players here, though, and the drone contact will probably be a quick scurry back to the A site.
The decision then, when you see this utility come through from Alpha here, do you stick around, do you look for the fight, or do you simply back off? And it looks like he's made the right call! And Crashies, he didn't think he needed a fallback. He should have been safe inside the smoke, but he has been taken down. RRQ, I mean, Fnatic tried to deny RRQ the opening pick, and they still get it. That's a crazy unlucky fight from Fnatic.
Look at Alpha as well. He's 1 HP. Like, the spams have done so much damage to the side of Fnatic, but getting back into the site is going to be a difficult one. They're still going for it. They're still trying to make that space. Kayak's actually won the opener. That's not a bad way to find themselves back into the round, but it's this late wraparound from Mumnya that could cause the problems. The fight on the site actually going the way of Fnatic and an old school cam on the spike is going to be a nasty surprise. That means once again they haven't been able to get on it. Have they heard Mumnya? No, they haven't. But he's going to be caught. A last second check from Chronicle gets the job done. It could have been a wonderful moment for Mumnya, but instead he is caught.
Yeah, just great work connecting the dots in the end for Chronicle. Not sure who made that call, but with Omen being there in the early round, they realize he's been missing for a little bit too long. It's a drone sent up top, but it wasn't even the tag, it was just a wild spray through. Guesstimating Crashy's path out of there.
This is our map! We have a map! We have a map!
Nice retakes, boys.
That was a big conversation on the desk, right, about how the eras, the previous eras of Fnatic have always had a home ground. I think the most prominent in my mind is always going to be Icebox back in the day. They don't have that here.
I would say Lotus, but you know.
Lotus, I mean, it's more recent. It's not as niche. I like the aged one.
Well, already taking a casualty. So the weaponry, well, the only rifle that's had is going to be the upgrade. I said I wanted to see those stingers. Well, I've got it in map number 2. Shock dart out, but a single bullet onto any of these players would be certain demise. Even still, though, the time ticking. And that's already been a bit of a burden so far for Fnatic.
It's been a much better start for Mumnya, and it looks like he'll have pressure on him again. Stun lined up and fired through. Here comes the flash. He'll be caught by it. Hunter's Fury, though, sent through as a response. Drop down is good for Boaster. He'll find the first. Mumnya surrounded. Picks his fight from the corner. Boaster, though, putting the pressure on, and Mumnya will be taken out by the Outlaw. Fnatic, they started this out on the back foot, but the lead is now theirs.
Yeah, they've looked better and better as the retakes have gone on. I think Boaster being able to bait the player in main, the Hunter's Fury, not quite having the impact that they would have desired. Even still, from a low buy, it's not bad, but it's the committal of the ults late that definitely makes me say that it's a bit more costly than you might think. You look at 5 stingers and you go, okay, that's fine, but the loss of the Hunter's Fury...
Listen to me, Jake, I'm trying to tell you something.
I can't move, Alpha.
Oh, it worked anyway. 3-2. A retake after a retake after a retake, but RRQ, well, they probably feel like the B site after it being half a second and a slightly missed shock dart. Might be the better of the two for them. They're heading there early.
Knife is broken. Jemkin, though, already in, taking the space, but Kayak's there to punish. We've seen this before. He just gets out. Happy with his opening pick, with the advantage claim. The spike making it to backside. This is normally the aftershock goes down. This time they try to deny the close plant. The wraparound from Mumnya catches them in that transition period, and it's a 4 versus 4. RRQ have a late flank coming in from Xfero as well, covering all their bases. There is still a trip covering it. These players on site could be under pressure. Kayak, that ult's not quite going to hit Mumnya up in heaven. Xfero and Mumnya both finding theirs. And then now that flank putting so much pressure on. Fnatic need to be quick, they gotta run forward. There's gaps in the play, and RRQ are exploiting them. 3-3 now, leveled back, and it seems difficult to separate these teams in the early stages of any map.
Yeah, no, I really like that every round we're seeing a variation of those late flanks coming through. Like, they haven't always been successful, but this fight for Xfero was everything. And I think Mumnya and his positioning has been sublime. Like, he's the reason they win this round. He's able to get a little pick on the corner, and then maneuver up top outside of the ult and find another as they try and switch in. Because of that, they're slower to get the kill onto Cushy. Great round from him individually. That trip's taking a worryingly long time to set up. If they had swung that corner, that man is certainly dead, but hey, he got it done in the end.
Already you can see they've spotted Boaster, and they know with the knife popping that no one is on the site. Very quick to take the space.
Well, there's the trip.
Jemkins landed himself up top, a different route than was planned for by that trap wire. Hunter's Fury active, but denied immediately. the ult from KO, taking all the abilities, all the ulties away, and buying so much time. Fnatic will have to now wait. They've got so much util for the retake, but that clock is going to run low by the time they can use it.
Well, it has been running low every single time. Monya faking out the idea, and well, Cushy's just swung into them. He knew where they were. That's messy though. Both of them have somehow managed to find 3. This round was looking done, but it's left all on to Monya. He's been revealed. They know where he is, but he wants to take that fight, and he will not win it. Alfia onto the defuse again, and this time plenty on the clock to be able to get it over and done with. But I'm just looking at Boaster. What was the 3rd kill? Did that player get pinged and I didn't realize it? Because that looked so clean from him.
Yeah, I don't know. It's straight through the smoke. Even the second, he was lucky to survive. Dribble will catch it from his POV, but there were a lot of shots fired his way. It looked done. One through the smoke, another player whiffs, and then the reveal is there to take Cushy. A good job that reveal went out just before Crashies went down.
Hello, bro. Moyet, hello. How do you think, brother? Hello, brother.
Hey, I'll say that the last guy who waved at Monya had a bad day. Benji remembers.
Well, Alpha, he's clearly feeling confident down on that stage. We're gonna have the Blade Storm activated for Jemkin. Deep play towards the A site for Fnatic. Early doors taking a lot of control. And RRQ hasten their pace as a response. Straight through mid. There's 2 players quite passive on this B site, ready for the fight. Crashies slowing down the players in mid, making a bit of an accordion effect. This is leaving more isolated battles. Alfia dies after just 1 though. With that utility down, the player covering the cross to site out of the round completely. They now have to focus in the late round and take a look at this play coming through. You've talked about the late round flanks. Well, Monya might have the best one yet.
He's low on HP, so he has to pick his moment. The rest of the team have been able to place themselves in the back of the site. Chronicle with a single kill might even be able to just rolling thunder them all off the map, but they are waiting. They don't want to overface, they don't want to get aggressive. They are giving the time for Monya to make potentially the play of the round. He's watching everybody. It's a little bit messy, but he'll still get the one. Not quite as much as he would have hoped for, but the rest of the players have still been just waiting patiently. Cushy again, swinging from the same angle! And this guy has been unstoppable from that spot. A 4th kill from him. And well, once again we find ourselves level. It's been the story of the match.
It really has a perfect storm of parity here on the server. But Cushy,
this is spot.
Every time you see him there in the post plant, he's able to deliver, and I'll tell you what, Alfia might be regretting his words now. You're going to keep losing retakes. Well, not this time, says Cushy. 4-4.
Look at the economy as well.
Neck and neck, and this is where RRQ should be retaking their lead.
Oh yeah, there would have to be some, well, crazy individual plays or mistakes, and most likely a bit of both if they were to lose this round. Alfia has a lot of info in towards the A site. He's playing in mid, obviously trying to avoid any of the KO utility if it was thrown through. Of course, Cushy getting so many kills that he already has that null command back online. And the support that Alpha has is just the jiggle peak of Chronicle. It definitely leaves him out to dry, but when you have a buy like this, you have to take risks.
Well, the thing is, you've heard the cam on A. You've heard the drone go through as well on RRQ, and obviously the response here from Crazy Guy was to drone it himself, make sure they haven't taken the space. And now they're starting to expect those rotations have come through. 4 players outside it.
Right here.
Only Crashies here to stop them, and it looks like they have done a remarkable job of avoiding this play early on. Now the thing is, that trap's still online. Alfia is far enough away to not get caught by the null command, but they will find it before they run on into it. Late flank being set up as well by Xfero. If he goes down, that is a rifle gifted over, but Alpha is going to have to really tick all the boxes to clear him out.
Oh,
he saw the pistol, but now he certainly spotted him, but Alpha lands the shot. They want to be patient on Fnatic, but RRQ get ahead of it. They're playing aggressive, finding the double. A big advantage now.
Yeah, I think most of the danger is gone. Alfia with the rifle is the one piece of the puzzle, and well, nobody's going to find Crashy's corpse, that's for sure. And for Alpha, it then gets to the point of like, okay, do you just hold on to the weapon? How much damage are you really hoping to do here? The answer is absolutely nothing. And Chronicle with no orbs needed to be gained. I think the only thing he can either hope for is a rifle or the taste of the spike.
5 on the board for RRQ. The lead reclaimed, but I think most of us are expecting the next to go to Fnatic. Not because of their comp or their economy or the way they're playing, just because of how this game's been.
Yeah.
Back and forth. Had plenty of games of tennis here.
Yeah, I really
looks like another.
I want to give credit again to RRQ for how methodical they are in these moments. Like, even when they use the null command into the site, they're still checking for those trips. They know that that's one of the main dangers, is just a kill trip somewhere on the corner. They're checking and pinging for the cams. Like, they are not aggressive in the way they're doing things. They're smart with it. A very enjoyable team to watch. A set play, though, being thrown in for Fnatic. The util forced them back, but unfortunately for Kayak, there was nobody caught in the stun.
And RRQ don't just run to the other side of the map, knowing now that they're facing in to that Rolling Thunder. They'll still compete for the orb, but with 4 players here, it's going to be the exact same round minus the null command. They've lost one to Chronicle. That Rolling Thunder will be put through. It almost sent Monyet off the map, and instead it sent him into the waiting arms of Chronicle, but a 3v3, and again this mid-play. Alpha got the better of Xfero last time, but this time it's revenge for RRQ's Cypher. The B site now open, as we can see. Oster getting his rifle out. It looked like a little late, but he'll end up equalizing things.
Okay, well, throughout this, Chronicle didn't move. I can understand why. You've seen a kill on the other side of the map. You kind of had the expectation that they go the other way. He's now started to claim some control. Perfect positioning, but it's a little bit labored. It's given an opportunity. Crazy Guy's been able to get out of the grab well. Because of that, he gets that early fight. And Boast has been wrapping around the backline, going all the way around the map to try and get in from behind. He does have the Cosmic Divide available, but placing it while in the open would be a massive risk. He's just trying to make his way into the site, and Crazy Guy, well, it's been too long. He started to realize that he has to be coming in from behind. The tap on the spike reveals his opponent's position. But the clock is in his favor. Boaster, though, will just about be able to take it. He's been good in these late round scenarios. And who would have guessed it? 5-5 and another retake of sorts.
It was the Hunter's Fury online, though, for RRQ, for Crazy Guy in that moment. I think that's going to put so much pressure on Boaster. The fact that he goes for the tap, not trying to bait out the ultimate instead, trying to bait out the player. It was a great read, but this guy would still be sticking around up close. That could have played out very badly for Fnatic, but instead, a further lead is denied. The IGL's on his feet. Boaster's having a good game so far as well. And at 5-5, both teams dumping their economy into this one. This round may well be a fight for the lead.
For RRQ.
At halftime.
They're going to take some early space. It will be spotted. There we go. Just a little bit of patience. Jemkin still looking like he wants to challenge this, maybe expecting a reaction. The A-site split, not something we've seen too much of. It's a very tight angle to try and make your way through. That's why Crashies is just happy to try and hold this one. Dart up, stun, keeps them locked in, and well, the players attempting to make it through A main are kind of stuck until they get through this choke.
They have done a great job so far on the attacking side. Dealing with Alpha Year's utility, it doesn't feel like he's getting a lot off those traps, constantly being destroyed. Always caution on the push through. It will be the same again.
He's using this Fnatic to clear mid.
Fnatic group up here. 4 players moving into heaven, but RRQ want to take the fight to them. Boaster and Chronicle, though, good for the duel. In goes the Hunter's Fury. It's a narrow laneway. Doesn't land for more than the one, though. 4 versus 3. Oh, Monyet! He's just delivered a double. Managed to find them, fall back, and then the trap on the other side reveals one of the last players, Boaster, the one that was unknown. Alpha will be caught by Crazy Guy in the 1v1. Back and forth as it went. It's RRQ for 6.
Yeah, Munya's having a game. Every single time it seems like when he's in the right place, he delivers. That will be the lead pick back up. We mentioned it, that it was a close first half in the last map, and the pistol was what made the difference. It seems like it might end up being the case again. Of course, RRQ were the ones to take it in this one. Come on, just look at what is on the board for Fnatic in this round. This series for Kayak has definitely been a nightmare one. We've yet to really see him deliver on either the Yoru or the Waylay. And what is a fast-paced take once again for RRQ.
Jemkin looking to harvest souls, caught by the stun, yet he still survives. Kushi again, but it's Foster with a double, breathing life into Fnatic. But in a 2v3, still on the back foot.
He loves the cam on the spike.
And it got down just in time. That shock dart landed just a little bit too late. And Crashies, he'll have no more chance to play with the bow. Last man standing Alfier. He's got a classic now.
Stinger at range.
Well, better than the classic, perhaps. Well, maybe not, actually. It depends. Certainly ended up with a better rifle.
That is what RRQ have been so good at. They're not going to give him a single fight. Just jiggle peeking, baiting him into taking awkward positions. He doesn't have anything to play with. The time against him. And look, even at the end, the cam will be what decides the round. Just making sure that there is no fight to be had. The half will be won by RRQ. And well, they stopped all those retakes from happening again and again after the last few rounds.
It was a razor's edge between triumph and tragedy in that first map. The pistol rounds ultimately cost RRQ the chance to be 1-0 up here. But they are not letting go of hope on map number 2.
Camera taken out.
A 7-5 scoreline, a strong performance from them across the board. Kushi stepping up to new heights, but I think you really look at the entirety of RRQ and say they have got a chance when we get to halftime, or half number 2 after the halftime break.
Et on a des fans de toutes les équipes ici en France, y compris RRQ. Hi, Maxime. I'm glad to welcome a French RRQ fan here with me. And the first question I want to ask you is, how did you discover RRQ? What gave you, faith in them and want to follow them? Donc, première question. C'est étonnant aussi d'avoir un fan de RRQ, une équipe qui vient de si loin. Qu'est-ce qui t'a donné envie de les suivre?
Je suis tombé dessus un peu par hasard quand j'étais en Corée du Sud. J'ai regardé un match, ils ont gagné. C'était preuve de résilience, c'était juste incroyable en termes de gameplay. Je suis rentré, j'ai acheté tous les billets pour le reste de la régulière saison 2023 et je suis allé à tous les matchs. C'est pas compliqué.
So it's a love story back in 2023. I started following them a bit randomly. I went to the arena in Seoul and I loved them. They had such a big resilience, so I bought all the tickets for their future matches back in 2023 and I never stopped following them, so that's beautiful dedication indeed. And this might be a tough question, but I want to ask you, what is the best region in the world? Are you going to go for EMEA, for Pacific? C'est quoi la meilleure région du monde?
Bon, certainement pas les Américains.
Ooh, definitely not the Americans.
On aurait tendance à dire IMIR, mais il y a quand même la meilleure équipe du monde au Pacifique et RRQ, donc...
Pacifique?
Bah oui, bien sûr.
So yeah, maybe I would say EMEA, but I have to stick with my boys from RRQ here. And last question, who do you think will carry this Abyss maps on the side of RRQ? Qui va carry cette carte pour RRQ?
J'aime beaucoup Xero et j'aime beaucoup Ewok aussi, c'est des pierres angulaires du projet et ils sont là depuis le début et je les supporte depuis le début et c'est sûr qu'ils vont faire quelque chose de grand, c'est sûr, c'est certain.
So yeah, I love Xfero, I love the coach too. I think they are really Stone Miles in that team, very, very strong player and coach. So I'm definitely rooting for them. Merci, Maxime. Thank you very much. And let's get back to the game.
Well, it's time to get back into the game very, very soon, where RRQ are now leading. I guess the pistol really does make the difference as we get into the Coinbase Econ report. And you can take a look at Boaster. A lot of talk in the desk about his performance throughout the regular season, but he has certainly stepped it up here today.
Yeah, no, he's definitely had his moments. I think especially on the defensive side, being able to get into those positions to basically get them back into the site that they'd lost, because every single round that they won was based off a defusal. The plant was going down, they were playing the retake. I think he's going to be pivotal in those post plants. I love seeing Astra on this map. Well, when I think of Astra, I think of him, I think of Boo. Having those post-plant gravity wells to buy you that little bit of extra time can make a massive amount of difference. The fact is, though, I'm going to be looking at RRQ and what they've got on this defensive side. I think they've had a great start to this map. But if they want to survive going into that lower bracket, they need to make sure that they close this one out.
Well, this is their best chance so far. The lead by 2. Pistol round from Fnatic. Half 2 of Ascent. It was a bloodbath to start it out. Cushy getting aggressive, and he's being tagged up. It's time to fall back. Same for Crazy Guy. Taking some scars early on, but yet to drop a player. Question is, do they have the read right? As we see a lot of this defensive side flock towards the B site, and it certainly seems like for the moment that's where Fnatic want to take it. But I am seeing Boaster clearing a lot of space on A.
Oh, it's almost an early pick. Kayak eventually will find one, but he's traded out by Cushy. Again, he seems to love this B site. But with space being held, this was something that the old Fnatic on this map loved to do. They'd just leave Boaster in the spawn. Crashies, though, has been caught, looking like maybe he wanted to try and get out of there. Instead, they're now walking into a site that I imagine they believe to be clear, but xFaroe definitely still waiting. And actually, he's in the perfect position. Now they try and split back through. They'll be able to deal with him, and in fact, Boaster's caught a couple. One of the remaining players incredibly low, but they need to get this plant in, and Boaster holding the line.
10 seconds left.
He's found himself 3 already, but he's the last healthy player. Alpha down to 25. That's Sheriff. A 6 chambered up against him, and it's Boaster to deliver his 4th of the round. A big play from the IGL. We just highlighted him, and for good reason.
Yeah, no, impressive stuff. And as said, like when you look back at their old composition where they had that double duelist, a lot of the time they would leave him behind as this hard lurk if he's setting up utility from afar and basically not allowing you to push across the map. This, though, was a different story. He completely took the A site on his own and then ended up clearing out the players as they went to rotate. A brilliant round from Boaster. And well, we mentioned the importance of the pistol rounds in the last map. They're even in this one.
Conversion here. Oh, Alpha under pressure. He has been taken down.
It's a lurk, though.
It's only classics from RRQ. But now they've managed to find themselves a Marshall. Alongside damage, that can be a very valuable weapon in a round like this. But they will be forced into the retake. Is the plant secured on this A site? And the question for Fnatic is, how do you want to play this? Especially with the range advantage going back towards mains. Not a bad idea, but conscious of Munyet being able to just smoke them off. They want to stay a little bit aggressive, keep some control.
Oh, nice
but the Kama spotted them. They know exactly where to fight. RRQ have all the info. They're putting the pieces together, and it's Fnatic coming crumbling down. That late cam from xFaroe has given them a chance, but he can't convert. It's Boaster to save the round with the Red Bull clutch.
I'm not sure that's the way they really wanted to win the round, but maybe for him that's a nice little confidence boost. Not that it seems like he needs it. A safe pair of hands in the late round was what I said, but I was talking about his utility, not so much just the raw individual aim. Well, that was incredibly messy. The aggressive positions helping out the flash of Cushy that did so much work to get them back into spot. But then just winning those fights with the classics, that's a dangerous spot to be from, and by the looks of it, Fnatic have invested quite heavily back into this one. They might leave themselves in a bit of trouble next round.
We'll see how the economy's settled as players start to fall.
Oh, hey!
He's got one up top. That's another rifle. This is a full body now! Kayak is double connected, and he's hungry for more. Blood in the water, and he's swimming straight towards xFaroe. Just about manages to survive that engagement. The Cypher healthy towards the spawn, but a 5 versus 3. That investment for Fnatic paying off.
But that was the man we wanted to see. He's been missing throughout the majority of this series. Cushy trying to take space back through. This is not going to be easy. Maybe it is. There's a gap. A spot for him to take a fight. But look how passive the remaining players are. Cushy's found another. Making this one interesting for sure. They've dodged themselves that knife, and now already that time being bought, and Boaster and Chronicle combined, holding the line. The man next to him is meant to be the superstar, but Boaster is stealing the day.
Popping and locking it down there on the stage. Didn't see the same reaction from Chronicle, but I think he's still pretty happy to take this round. And you see the idea there from RRQ. As soon as they tap the spike, they know the knife didn't hit anyone. They have a grab well. We need to push. And they just weren't expecting there to be...
I'm turning into a monster!
Oh my god, Jake.
He's going to have a duet with Rihanna soon.
Imagine being the guy on the other side of the stage. That is literally like a parent embarrassing their child, which is funny because Boaster's parents are in the crowd.
Yeah, and I think Kayak looked like the embarrassed child there as well. Yeah.
Exactly.
8-7, and a timeout from the defensive side of RRQ. They need a moment to gather themselves after what they've just witnessed across the stage, and I don't blame them.
Wow, yeah, it's looking like after Angel's retired, Boaster's just absorbed all of that extra Unk energy and is just taking over. 19-7. This has definitely been his map. The scoreline definitely still not out of the realms of possibility. There's only a singular round between them at this point, but that was a bonus round where in the prior, only a single player had survived, and that was Boaster. And even with some heroics from Cushy, he's been having a great game overall. I'm sure they can start to feel this game slipping away from them, and as we've already witnessed, there's been plenty of upsets, plenty of teams falling into the lower bracket. With Billy, China #1, currently sat down there. I don't think RRQ want to join them.
I think especially going down like this, I mean, look, it's still a very tight game, but now they've got pistols. You should be looking at a 9-7 scoreline. And, you know, if Chronicle's the one digging your grave, well, hey, listen, plenty of people have fallen into that pit hole. Alpha, up for contest as best player in the world at one point in Kayak, the guy coming up from the Tier 2. Looking remarkable, the young gun, but you're getting diffed by Boaster. That's something that I think you know.
He's a young man.
He is, yeah. And as the desk was highlighting, his Stage 2 performance was lacking a little bit individually. But we've seen that. The guy's got a lot of responsibilities. Right now, it seems like he's the brains and the brawn down on that stage.
Kayak taking the space once again. Spam not quite finding anything. Of course, there's not a whole lot to play with in this round, so there might be a chance for him to farm. He already has ult online, but I think the confidence far more valuable for Fnatic at this stage. They're duelist trying to get their way back into the game, and that's exactly what's happening in this one. A cleanup with only 2 standing and plenty of utility denying anybody swinging that planter. For the remaining players, can they do any damage? That's not a bad start, but Alfia quick to respond. And an easy round for Fnatic.
And you look at Fnatic there, they do give RRQ a lot of opportunities. A bunch of individual fights taken, swinging into Sheriffs. It's risky, but for RRQ, they're not getting the shots off, and that's a problem. Because now you start to talk about confidence on one side for Kayak, building that is huge, but you go into a round like that, you see, we had the chance. They're disrespecting us now. They're starting to just run it down at us. They need to see a bounce back pretty soon. This is 4 in a row now on the attack side, but a 4-0 start, we've seen it many times. And many times we've seen that team end with 4 or 5 rounds in the half. This is RRQ's chance to prove that it was just a hiccup, an early half upset.
The big thing for me is the operator. When that came into play on the defensive side of Ascent, it was a massive game changer. That's where Jimkin really did the damage. The problem thus far, and a problem that, again, I still remember back to the beginning of the season where Fnatic played, I think it was versus Gentlemates. They loved the A-site takes. Seems like they've developed a taste for B, and that's where Jimkin will be waiting for them.
Yeah, it's the still water that stagnates. It's time to switch it up. Fnatic straight to the B site. The op shot not landed, and quite a bit of damage done in return. X-Pharaoh falls. Utility now. Those trap plays no longer there to work with, and Alpha gets the info on the back of it. Oh, crazy guy trying for the punish. He finds himself falling.
Here.
A 5v3, that off needs to start delivering, but the opportunities are few and far between with trades lightning fast for Fnatic. Double digits acquired, and they are on the path to success.
Yeah, this is starting to look pretty damning for RRQ. The attack side looking stellar from Fnatic. It started with clutches, it started with individual brilliance, but now it's starting to become all but dominant. Easy openers, and even the null command was committed in that round by Kushi. That was one of the few ults that they had available to them. A panic pause taken from the side of RRQ, a chance for Ewok to try and come up with big changes, because these last 5 rounds, they started fairly close, but that one really wasn't.
Well, indeed, and we already saw that pause called earlier by RRQ. That course correction did not come into play, and now they're starting to drift out of this game. From a 13-10 in the previous, but they lost both pistols, and you start to see those sparks of hope when they win the pistol here, when they leave half one 7-5, but now it has been 5 in a row, like you say, 7-10.
Yeah.
Fnatic with that big lead, the momentum, the IGL delivering, whether it's in clutches, whether it's in opening duels, the guy's been there every time.
Yeah, it's worth noting as well that a victory here, of course, the next matches will be that upper bracket, but of course there is a day break tomorrow, a dark day from the broadcast that will give everybody a little bit of extra time to prepare. So for RRQ, it's starting to look like they may need that extra time, as this defensive side of the map they chose, bear in mind, not looking good at all.
Let's see if things change in the next round. Here it's Sheriffs. Individual's going to be relied upon. The cam already spots Jemkin. The door has to be broken open, and as he fades away, Munyet fades out of the round, trying to cover his teammate. 4 Sheriffs now left in play, and for Fnatic, grouping and hitting a site, it's the right call. It's what you want to see happen from our perspective, and you can see they've made that call.
Yeah, the worry as well is, like, the next buy, round number 19, potential for every single ultimate bar, maybe the Neural Theft, to be online for Fnatic. Like, they haven't had to use anything. The Neural Theft was used in the last round, but if they're clever here with who plants, well, there you go, there's one, that's Chronicle's ult. Maybe they send Crashies out to try and hunt, although he's always there to just sit passive with the shock darts and the recons. But it leaves things in such a terrifying spot. At least the ults will also be there for RRQ, even if it's just via deaths.
Well, Kayak, he's in a lot of trouble. He looks to be in a lot of trouble. In fact, he'll take down 2 before he falls. The ults online for Fnatic in the next are looking deadly. For RRQ, no need to give them even more, especially with Crashies 2 away from that Hunter's Fury. Going down to the spike is the correct play, but now back against the wall. It's been 6 straight rounds for Fnatic. A pause just called in the previous by RRQ. This is what they will have talked about. The rifle round has to be theirs.
Yeah, but again, you're going to have to break through all of those ultimates, and sure, they have some of their own, but...
Munyet! Munyet! Hello, Munyet! Look at me again! Hello! Look at me again, bro! Oh, he's not. He gets scared.
He also has headphones on.
It would be worrying if he looked over.
I don't think he can hear you, but I appreciate the effort. Alfie clearly feeling it. Well, this time, Munyet's revenge hasn't really looked like it's taken its toll. 4 rounds ahead, 6 in a row, and high-impact ultimates on board. Fnatic, though, are taking mid-control. There's been a challenge in the last couple, but the success hasn't been there. Kushi's been one of the few glimmers of hope in this map, and Boaster's just walking it down on his own.
Well, that is a deep play. The Rolling Thunder catching it for the mid-split. But X-Pharaoh able to survive inside his cage, at least for now. Hunter's Fury not finding its mark. Pressure applied as Jemkin rotates, cut off. Boaster in there with a 3rd kill of the round. This guy's off to a flying start, and it looks like soon to be a finish. for the attacking side. A fourth denied, but Chronicles there for the trade. 12-7. One more needed for Fnatic, and after the pause, nothing's changed for RRQ.
The thing I love about that is that's when Fnatic decided to throw in a set play. That's where you have the Rolling Thunder that forces the players. We've seen them play on this close B box so many times, so Rolling Thunder forces them in, and that's why Boaster is running it down mid, because if he knows if he gets in behind them here, they're going to be stunned up and being flown in towards him because they're so worried of the players coming in front. That is a gorgeous set play from the side of Fnatic. And while we spoke about the fact that this needed to be the resurgence, there looks like there is no resurgence to be had. This attack side from Fnatic has been flawless.
Not a bump on the road so far. Remember, this is RRQ's pick, and the conversation that's been going around about Fnatic being in the weakest state in terms of their map pool so far, well, we might have to reconsider. Ascent was close. In the second half of Abyss, it has been anything but. They were 7-5 down. And now just one round away from victory. With 5 chances to do it. Kayak's deep dive. They see the cage. Oh, what a shot on a Jemkin! The first of what could be many to fall. Ult clearing right, but Xfero still alive, but now they know it. They know exactly where he is.
He's got both trips just blocking off this right-hand side. They're yet to be broken. They now will be, or at least the first one. If anybody's jumping across, Boaster could go flying off the map, but it may not even matter in the end. Only 2 standing. Make that just 1.
Spike planted.
Crazy guy needs a crazy finish, and he will not live to tell the tale. Perfection for Fnatic on that attack side. Not a single round dropped. And while for a map choice of RRQ, they're left with egg on their face.
Fnatic off to a hot start here at Champions, and it will be RRQ in their Champs debut, whose flesh serves as their kindling. Boaster reaching new heights on that stage as well. You can see all those times in the past that they've stepped on the Champions stage but never touched the trophy. Well, they are here with one goal in mind this time. And unfortunately, it was RRQ who had to face off against them first, now down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, the fun thing as well is that this now sets Fnatic on a path to face off against Aspas once again. We're running it back, so that should be a very exciting upper bracket matchup. And honestly, the display, at least in that second half, is the level that we expect to see of a powerhouse like Fnatic, a team that has been at every single Champions. This is hopefully just the start of what will be a long run for them. Sorry, what?
All right. Yeah, Scud's not a fan of that one. The little head shake.
Very confused.
Not having that.
I feel like we've just caught the end of whatever was going on there, and I don't know what we have just seen.
That's got to be a first on the champion stage.
You know what? At least his parents aren't in the crowd.
Dropping trowel in front of the parents. All right, we love to see it. Fair play. Boaster always a man to give us a surprise. Well, it's time to throw it down to the stage where there is an interview with Chronicle standing by. Let's give this over to Luke
Le
for the
joueur le
Horizon
plus
post-match
titré
interview.
de l'histoire de Valorant vient chercher sa première win à Paris avec Fnatic. Team, do you have time for me for a quick interview? Can I bother you for a second, Chronicle? Of course, congratulations, first of all, for this huge victory against RRQ. And you are indeed a very big pride for EMEA, one of the best flex players in the world. We've seen some Vi, some Breach, some Viper, but deep down, what's your favorite agent to play?
Harbor?
Harbor! We never...
I'm just joking, not Harbor. Harbor.
Give me a serious answer.
Sova, 100%.
Actually, Sova, ok. Donc, première question, c'est l'un des meilleurs flex du monde, une fierté de l'IMEA. On a vu de la Vice, de la Viper, du Breach, il peut tout jouer, mais c'est quoi en vrai son pick préféré? Il nous dit Arbor pour troll, évidemment, mais en réalité, Sova. And the second question I wanted to ask you is that on stage, it seemed like you guys were having fun back like in 2023. You know, that fiber, that child spirit that was coming back. So what happened, you know, during those 2 weeks? How come do we see you in such a shape today?
I don't know. Jake was popping off crazy with some emotions, I think. One round we actually had to chill him down because he couldn't get a gun. Like after he was like, yeah, we won! Like he started screaming up, but he forgot about the taking gun. I was like, God bless, he took it. But I mean, our emotions are crazy right now. I think everyone's excited to play champions since obviously for everyone is a big target, big goal, and yeah, it feels great to come back on stage again.
Yeah, I think at some point he could even have forgotten to defuse, you know, given how excited he was, but this didn't happen indeed. Donc comment est-ce que ça s'est passé pour vous? Vous êtes de retour, on voit des âmes d'enfants sur le serveur. Et ben il nous dit Boaster aujourd'hui à Hard, Carry, il a été insane, il s'est levé, il célébrait, il a même oublié de ramasser une arme à un moment donné, donc on a dû essayer de le calmer un petit peu, mais voilà, on est trop content d'avoir gagné. And last question, I know that you're a team player, I know that you like giving props to other players, so apart from your teammates, who do you see having the potential to be the best player of the tournament?
Best player of all time?
Of the tournament in Champs Paris?
In my team?
No, outside of your team.
Oh, that's tough.
Who do we think? Do we go Pacific? Do we go local, EMEA?
I'll just say Pacific, just straight off, just to jinx them a little bit, you know?
Just the region, right? The region as a whole has the potential. Donc, qui pour toi, à part tes teammates, a le potentiel d'être le meilleur joueur du tournoi? Et bah, tout simplement, la région Pacifique, ça sera la réponse de Chronicle. Thank you so much. Merci, Chronicle. Congratulations again. That's it for us on stage. Let's toss it back to the analyst desk for some more discussions.
Hello. Bye.
First of all, shout out to the Cal Paolo cosplay. I don't know if you spotted that in the background, but that was kind of sick. Second of all, Pacific are not flawless after the first 4 days. I think that's kind of an upset.
They had me believing after that first map, even though they lost. I thought it was really impressive that RRQ, on their worst map that they're playing, were able to keep it so close against Fnatic with Chronicle in prime form. And then they go into Abyss, their map pick. They played it once this year. It was a loss. I was hoping